Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the stream. We're going to live a lot today, and we are going to be live a lot today. Chess Liam, SocrDave, Rich Hribar, and Ron Stewart on the channel. Very excited for all of these beautiful men to share their time with me today. We are going to be ripping some Ball Mania drafts. We are going to begin with Liam Murphy from beatbestball.com. I hopped on his stream yesterday. Then he immediately drafted the winning marathon team, so there's going to be some good bit equity for me to not have any of that there. Liam, how are you doing this morning, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. We were having a good conversation backstage. Yeah, I mean, these marathon drafts are insane on underdog, where I got Puka Nakua twice around like pick 18, like Bijan Puka. We got an Amon-Ra Puka. So for whatever reason, like I really don't understand. The BBM fives have been nothing compared to the marathon rooms. And I don't get why that is, but
It's
excited to
different.
rip
It's different clientele. It's different people. Have you been drafting any weekly winners? Are you sick enough to be in the weekly winner streets?
No, I'm not. I'm not in the weekly winner streets. It's just my preferred contests are not, I'm not trying to like build the nuts and hit this insane parlay and take down 20 grand. We're trying to take down $1.5 million. But
I'm kind of obsessed with weekly winners right now. I've been drafting them off stream. Like I entered some slows and I've been doing them like I did a couple this morning fast when I went to the gym and walked my dog. So I'm it's just like, all right, I'm gonna take Justin Jefferson, then I'm gonna take Devin A. Chain, then I'm gonna take Xavier Worthy 20 spots ahead of ADP. And if I'm right, like if I'm right about these players, I'm gonna have multiple bites at the apple to win $20,000.
it's a fun thing to do if you have the time and like, look, would I enjoy to have 150 teams to look at when football starts up?
That's what it is. I mean, you Liam, you know me. You cut at the heart of it. I just want another sweat. Let's just be real about it. I want another sweat. Let's answer this question, then we'll hop into BBM 5. If you could do 150 BBM drafts in the last week it's open, or do 25 drafts per week for 6 weeks, which would you prefer?
For me,
go ahead. You go first.
Go ahead, Davis.
So in a perfect world, I actually believe 150 in the last week would maybe be ideal, but it's just not feasible if you want to get in the volume that I want to get in. That is how I feel about it. What do you think?
I would always prefer the 25 for 6 weeks because a big benefit to drafting over the course of a longer time period is simply there's going to be
combos.
Fear cycles is what I'm deeming it, where you get, like this year alone, we got the Rashee Rice fear cycle. Currently, we're in the Jordan Addison fear cycle, right? We're in the
Josh
DeAndre
Jacobs fear cycle.
The Josh Jacobs fear cycle is a very long, like full season cycle. So like I don't know if that one counts. I'm talking more of the temporary dip in ADPs where
right.
like Jordan, I would have had 2% Jordan Addison when he was pick 62. Sure. I was just like, this guy ran in crazily hot on touchdowns. Like he's gonna have some regression. He got a big quarterback downgrade. But at pick 85 to 100, I am smashing him every time because the next wide receivers are guys like Romeo Doubs, Khalil Shakir. Got some guys I like, but just not in the same stratosphere as a Jordan Addison. So I personally like these cycles because I'm not someone who's going to be like, oh no, Mike Williams is on pup.
Is on the pup.
Is on pup. Like I'm not going to catch this falling sword where I think other people see this guy's ADP is this. He's still here at 140. Other people must know something. I'm not clicking this name. And then Mike Williams got activated off pup yesterday. Like we talked about this on your BBM5 stream, so I was buying the dip at 140. You can still get that a little bit, because he's just still a guy who some people don't want anything to do with. But for me, I think abusing the cycles is something I'm strong at.
Whereas I think, why not over 6 weeks? Because you get to mine value. I think I'm a better player take drafter, and I think I'm way better at interpreting camp news, depth charts, projecting, just like even thinking through projections. That I think I'm better at that. I mean, not to say that I don't think I'm good at mining the value in the combos, but if I were to choose my strength, it would definitely be more. It would definitely be more of the earlier format. All right, let's go ahead.
I
And
would
hop
say anyone
into
who's like watching this show or reading articles has that edge over on, because like most people are simply not doing that, right? Like some people do not know who Chase Brown is jumping in these lobbies. They're like, who's this guy? You
man.
know?
Denny Carter had a great tweet yesterday. He was like, normies are about to learn who Greg Dortch is in week 1, whereas fantasy football nerds have thought about almost nothing else since January of 2021. And it's like, yeah, that is definitely a very good comp. Is it premature to stack Ayuk and Fields with a KC bringback? In my opinion, that's basically how I have it ranked. I moved Ayuk down a couple spots and I moved Pickens down a couple spots based on assuming that Ayuk is going to be a Steeler, or Ayuk is going to be a Patriot, or Ayuk is going to be a Brown, or whatever. Like I am now assuming Brandon Ayuk is not going to be a 49er.
Is this a BBM 5?
This is a BBM 5.
I still think Ayuk will be a 49er. I think that, I mean, there are so many, like they could trade him at the trade deadline. They can just wait till the trade deadline. If let's think of a team, if Tyreek Hill like breaks his leg and they're like, he's never going to be the same, and they're undefeated or something, they're shipping the farm for Ayuk, if the Cowboys lose CeeDee Lamb, or even if just the Cowboys think they can get Ayuk at the trade deadline and they want to go all in, he could end up there. And then most logically, of course, is simply you don't trade him. You tag it. Like most players you cannot tag and trade simply because they're just not valuable enough. But Ayuk is one of the rare players who is that good that you can tag and trade him. Or you could just let him walk for a comp pick next year. Like there's infinite outs to get value from Ayuk, other than him playing and being like an actively bad football player this year.
Well, you want to talk about a fear cycle. Tyreek 1, CD 2, McCaffrey not until 3 with this completely made up calf strain. Come on, bro. Calf strain, you got to know ball. Calf strain is what the 49ers list McCaffrey with when they don't want him to play. Week 17, week 18 last year, what was McCaffrey's listed injury? Calf strain.
Well, on DraftKings, they hit CeeDee Lamb with the out tag.
Oh, man.
The CeeDee Lamb is labeled with an out tag, and CMC's got the Q tag. So, like underdog, can we please get the Q tags and O tags?
Yeah, we need it. Do you want to take Brees or AJ Brown? All right, I guess we're AJ okay. Brown went.
I prefer Garrett Wilson straight up over Brees, but Brees is fine. I don't have much Brees, so getting a share with you seems great.
Okay. Yeah. I have 6% Brees and 8% Garrett Wilson, so that seems like a spot to middle it. Honestly, I kind of wanted to take Puka, but I think there is a chance Puka comes back around to us.
Yeah, you simply cannot take Puka, and just not because I don't value him there, which I do, but because you can't forego the opportunity of getting him in the second round right now.
Brandon says, as a Steelers fan, I don't understand gassing up Fields if Ayuk trade happens. Wouldn't that fail-proof Russ to be rug pulled even more? Higher chance of giving you zeros post-trade 100% IMO. I mean, here's the deal with the Russ Fields stuff. I think the gauntlet has been thrown. The cat is out of the bag. Pandora is out of the box. Like, once the players have decided they want to play with Fields, like Russ is one of the most unlikable players in the NFL. No one likes to play with him. And once,
do you remember when that D tackle was like in his face on Denver when he was like, let's go. The D tackle was like, shut the fuck up.
Nico or London or A-Chain.
That's an Oh, Achan. Let's do Achan, man.
Yeah, that is
Wait,
the most.
how many badges are in here? How many? Isn't it
It's
like
all badges.
they do Nico? But if you guys like it, if Davis was not notifying when he was jumping in every stream, I do want to get some of these Bijan Achan teams, Bijan Brees teams, and
100%.
take advantage of because in general, when you don't have a bunch of virgins in the draft with you, you're going to get Xavier Worthy on occasion of around past ADP.
In round 6, yeah.
You're going to get Roma Dunze in round 7 sometimes. And so when the market's going to do that, you take the running backs because what will happen to the more normie drafter is they will legitimately panic for running backs once like the name Kyron Williams and Derrick Henry leave. Like when Derrick Henry goes, they're like, oh, and so now they're taking Pacheco in the 3rd round. Like they are like,
Yes.
they think it's a race to get the running backs.
Your evidence would be the one non-badgeless guy in this room, and DeLucia 4 started Bijan Saquon. I mean, it is what it is. You got to know your room. It's like playing poker. You got to know where you're at, and that is it's just like verifiably true that
the whole left side of the board being red badge is an indication that you're probably not going to get the wide receivers you want if you take Achan there.
Yeah, I do want to start having these teams in my portfolio though, the Bijan Achan, the Brees Achan, because what if the guy you need is George Pickens? What if the guy you need is Mike Evans? What if the guy you need is Michael Pittman Jr.? Like I want to prepare for those scenarios.
Or simply those guys score a lot of points week 17 together, and they're extremely like Achan with Bijan and Brees is a very low combinatorial, a combination or whatever.
Adam Hayden didn't say this. He's reporting what one of the beat writers said, to which I say, no shot. This is just I just do not believe this. And
just apply some logic to the situation. He's looked terrible, right? Like Russ is not good.
He got hurt the first day of practice, and Fields has been with the team the whole Fields has taken every first team rep. He's going to take all the first team reps in the preseason. You just got to apply a little bit of smash DJ Moore here, right? Yeah.
If he was gone, I would have said let's take Josh Allen and do the Josh Brees thing.
I would have been yes.
But with Moore there, I think you just got to grab him.
This is the deal. You either have to be a vibes-based guy or like if you just only apply the logic based on what everyone has said, like those are two different things. You got to analyze. I think as a high level better or a high level fantasy player, you got to do a little bit of maybe you could say I'm a little bit too much on the vibes based spectrum. I would accept that criticism. So
here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. Like, the Falcons schedule or the Steelers schedule goes Falcons, Broncos, Chargers, Colts, Cowboys, Raiders, Jets. And I could see them losing to the Falcons. I could see them losing to the Chargers. I could see them losing to the Colts, the Cowboys, and the Jets. So maybe if Tomlin really wants it to be Fields, they have to send like a 2nd round pick or 3rd round pick if they play him enough snaps. Maybe he wants Russ to go out there, lose, and then the fan base can't be like, hey, we want to see Russ after Fields is not showing it. So I don't know. Like it's possible that's something, but if Russ starts, I think it's a sacrifice so that they don't have to turn back and play him if Fields is not, playing great. But yeah, I just don't see the world where Russ starts the whole season, but it's plausible, I guess. You're muted, Davis.
The betting markets still have Russ as the favorite for week 1. Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably true. It's Russ's job to lose. What do you want to do?
Click
Kelsey,
the whiteout
Cooper.
tab. Click the whiteout tab. Yeah, okay, I like Kirk, but I'm down with Kelsey and trying to get Mahomes in the next round.
No one behind us has a quarter. It's definitely thin, but let's do it.
I'm okay with Cooper or Kirk too. I like both those guys.
Let's do Cooper in this room. I think Cooper in this room where we could very potentially get avalanched. So I think this is true. I think that it is Russ's job to lose. That's what they said to him. But you can already follow the verbiage. It went from Russ is starting week 1 to Russ is in pole position to Fields is in pole position to be in pole position to Tomlin saying yesterday the depth chart that we released is real.
Yep.
To Fields will be starting the first preseason game. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, so I agree with this almost all the way that ultimately they both aren't good, which is definitely true. Fields is not a good NFL quarterback. He processes too slow. He takes too many sacks. He turns the ball over too much. But I don't think the Steelers will be bad is because they're never bad. They are never bad under Tomlin. And they're not going to be. They're too well coached.
The Saquon Bijan guy was a lock to take Derrick Henry. I said that. Catch that one.
The only thing that's funny about that is that he didn't have a chance to take Pittman, where the Bijan Saquon guy always takes Pittman.
Yeah, it depends who it is. Like if they're like a just jumping in drafts for the first time, I don't think they're taking Pittman. Yeah, I don't know. Like even in the world where Russ is playing most of the games, starting most of the games, I think we're going to see Fields get some goal line work, whatever. So you have outs to at least like getting points in your lineup. I won BBM2 with Fields on my team, contributing literally 2 points the whole season. Josh Allen was the QB1, and Fields just sat there, gave me 2 points in the bye, and contributed no points the rest of the way. So you can win even with Fields just kind of
that's actually what I prefer. I prefer Fields with Lamar, Josh, Hurts, Mahomes, Richardson to Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, and Fields. Like I feel like he's a better pairing with those guys, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's fine in a triple where you're like, I don't know, if you have like a Trevor Will Levis team with Fields, you're covered in the event that Fields is a 0, but also Will Levis is an upside swing where he could just be a good quarterback. He apparently is running more this year. Like the other day, they were like 50-yard touchdown run for Will Levis in practice, which of course is meaningless. The defenders are not allowed to tackle the quarterbacks.
True.
But I don't know. I think rooms like that, it's pretty fun. But yeah, definitely if you take a Hurts, and I have some with teams like this from early, you just take Fields as your QB2 and you're okay if he doesn't even contribute. So you said we got to take Kincaid there to go with Brees.
I know.
100%.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, did you see the video about Kirk Cousins trying to get Pitts to be tight end 1? But you said the quotes were bad, but there was
an Athletic article yesterday, just like being like, wow, Kittle ahead of Kincaid. Yeah,
let's go.
We can do Kincaid. Yeah, the article yesterday was basically just like he has been just getting into him at practice, basically like you need to run this route better, you need to try harder, you need to be X, Y, and Z. What did you see?
I didn't watch the video, but it was like, I don't know. It was Kirk Cousins.
William, this is bad alpha. If you did not watch the video,
it was this morning. It was like, I don't know. It was 20 minutes before we jumped on, but it was Kirk Cousins talking to a reporter, and the caption was like, "Kirk Cousins is going to try to get Kyle Pitts the tight end 1." The Kittle price this whole season, by the way, has been extremely perplexing. He was around the 70s for such a long stretch, and I've always had him ranked right behind Pitts at this turn. I don't understand why we would not want the guy who's coming off of back-to-back seasons of like 180 half-point PPR points, who is literally the definition of like a great best ball pick, where he just has a huge weekly ceiling, not 100%. The best floor, contingent upside. So I don't really understand the Kittle, why Kittle was cheap. I think that's gone with the Ayuk
over now. Yeah, it's over now.
Yeah. I think you got to smash Josh Jacobs if he's here.
I disagree. We are Avalanche, but he goes, so we don't have
No,
to argue
brother.
about it. Keenan, Reed, Godwin, Watson, Walker.
I prefer Reed, but I'm also okay with Keenan.
Uh,
I only really take Keenan as a hedge because I have so much
Rome.
and DJ Moore, and I don't want to I just don't want to miss out on it's Keenan again, but in my heart of hearts, it's not like what I'm trying to do.
Leone has 20% pits, which is like 35% of Davis Mattek exposures. That's true, honestly. Yeah, Leone going 20% on a guy should be like the math is incredibly obvious, which I think it is
took
with pits.
CEH on his managed team, which I thought was incredible commitment to the bit to still be taking CEH in FFPC.
Well, he's better. He's way better in managed. CH is way better in managed because you're gonna know
though, because it requires Pacheco to turn his ankle literally in week 1. Because he's like you're cutting CEH the week 1 waiver. So why even hold him?
Well, you're gonna know week 1 if he's the running back 2 or not.
Yeah, but you're not gonna hold him as the RB2.
Come on, we are all gonna hold terrible running back 2s in managed. We're all gonna hold like Tyrone Tracy all year.
I would rather have held like Jordan Mason,
Well, Jordan Mason is the same thing. Yes. CH gets 15 snaps week 1, you hold. CH plays 2 snaps behind generic Prince, you cut. It's very
CH
simple.
plays 15 snaps week 1 is about 10 times his prop for that week, probably. He might play 15 snaps on special teams.
That's the thing is I don't know how much special teams he's going to play. Liam, what do you do differently in these single entry tournaments that they draft on that they drop on?
I personally don't do something that different. What I've always said to this question is I think in general reaching for uniqueness is even better in single entry just because less people will do that with so fewer entries. So you're just getting even more of a benefit from being unique. And the other thing I think is okay is if you're not a big volume drafter and you have some conviction on some players, like whatever, if George Pickens is your guy, if Calvin Ridley's your guy, whoever, make sure you get those, reach a little bit to get those guys.
I agree. That's what I do in single entry is I just reach a little bit more for the conviction plays. All right, we do have Nico.
Gotta take Stroud. Just gotta take him.
I don't think we have to because Lad is the last of the wide receiver tier for me.
Well, I think you take him because Lad is really no different from Hopkins or Addison.
The tank and the Mixon drafter is behind us, so we're not going to get him coming around.
Stroud is not always there in the 80s is the thing. Or do we think these guys know what they're doing on our inside?
The guy on our inside is a red badge, and he has Tank and Mixon and Diggs, so he's taking him 100%.
Just take Stroud here because
that dude is punching air right now.
You don't take Stroud ever in the 60s with the idea that you always take him in the 80s.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I only ever take Stroud at the 80s, like that 6% or whatever that is displayed there. That is 100%.
Yeah, and he's just not always there,
And what does that matter?
Well, it's because I want some Stroud because I know Stroud can Stroud can have the Mahomes outlier passing yard and touchdown season.
Completely. Yeah. I was kind of anti that, but Ben Gretsch just wrote up some of his conviction plays for the year on stealing signals, and one of them was, going through the text and stuff and being like, Stroud is being a little bit underdrafted right now.
Yeah, I mean, I get why it was uncomfortable earlier, but I think you just have to take him in the 80s where so many rooms are going to be just casual people ripping him at pick 55. So
that's where he goes on. That's literally where he goes on DraftKings. He's like ADP 56.5 or something.
Yeah. And people don't want Lad with him limping off the field.
All right, let's go.
I also think Ingram is something to consider here, but
nah, this is a hope we get Bowers after ADP team.
Yeah, okay. I'm cool with Lad.
And that gives us so we've got Love after ADP live, we've got Herbert live, we've got Watson live, we've got Caleb after ADP live. So that gives us another quarterback.
Yeah, and getting the I like to build a lot like this where it kind of stresses your RB2 when you go Stroud and Caleb, but it's just so nice to be done at quarterback and like not dip into the late rounds. Like you have
Not
two
have to care about Fields. Like literally, you just don't even have to have the Fields conversation with yourself.
Yeah, you're just like whatever. Fields is not who you need. Like even if Fields is a starter the whole season, you just gotta hope that like the Bears.
If Fields starts 17 games and you were out on him at quarterback 24 or whatever, like GG, well played. You're not winning.
No, but you can just hope that he scores 15 points week 17. You know, like that. Like
I think Curtis Samuel and Dalton Kincaid are not good to have together without Josh Allen because they are going to get targeted in similar depths of the field. So I don't really want Samuel and Kincaid without Josh Allen a ton.
I don't agree with that at all. That's like far too granular to me. They can ping pong weeks, and Curtis Samuel also can get running back reps. So I would take 2 Chiefs without Mahomes. I would take 2 Bills without Josh Allen. I would take 2 Packers without Jordan Love. Like I'm okay taking teammates on good teams. I would take 2 Bengals without Joe Burrow. I would take 2 Cowboys without Dak Prescott. Like,
yeah. Here's the thing: Fields was expensive last season. Fields was expensive, not a round 15 pick last year.
You might need Fields in something like the marathon if he plays all season.
Yeah, that I guess that's what I'm saying. Not like you have to have him.
Yeah.
Not that you have to have him to win the final week, but he's gonna be if Fields plays 17 games, he's gonna be like the number 1 advance rate quarterback. I'm sure.
I think the reason you go Ladd over Curtis there is A, Curtis sometimes will make it back, and B, I think Shakir has an equal chance of being a huge breakout, and so you could just get your Bills Brees correlation that way.
All right, where did Bowers go? Well, Bowers went at 94. Yeah, the falling Bowers stuff is not really happening anymore.
I mean, no, it happens in many rooms, just not this room. I think you got to take Zamir White or Swift if he's there because that's absurd.
I was gonna say
we have to take one of these two. I have Swift ranked ahead of White, but I'm okay going either.
Swift is teammates with DJ Moore. Zamir is no correlation.
Yeah, we could get Swift, and then we could get Caleb.
Swift, welcome to the team. I'm trying to get a little bit more of him. Leone really likes him, and I've been low on him.
I'm high on him. He's down to 205 pounds versus 220 is what I read.
That seems bad.
That was kind of like, I was like, ooh, I don't know if I love that, but if he's just being explosive, that is good because, if he's just like, okay, he might not be the goal line back, but I mean, dude, Raheem Mostert punched in 17 touchdowns and he weighs like 195 pounds. So
no, Mostert is bigger than that.
Oh, he's not.
What is Mostert's listed weight at? What is Dolphins.com list?
Raheem Mostert
was in college a decade ago. I'm not looking at his RAS.
Mostert's RAS is 195 pounds.
Okay. Raheem Mostert, Dolphins.com. That is going to be much closer to his listed weight.
197 is what Google's telling us.
I'm literally going to go to Dolphins.com.
Okay, 197 is probably sourcing that.
Okay.
205 is what Dolphins.com lists.
Gotta be Moss here.
Yeah, unless you want to go Caleb and be done. I do love Moss though.
No, we got to do Caleb. Well,
let's go Moss.
I was gonna say we'll definitely be able to do Herbert later. So let's do Moss. Yeah, Mostert is listed at 205 on Dolphins.com.
Yeah, but that's always like the sites, like that's cap, like the sites always list guys.
What is more likely to be cap? His RAS from when he graduated from fucking IUPUI a decade ago, or the Dolphins.com listing?
How about this? Tell me what Tyreek Hill's height is on Dolphins.com. Because they always list their players as taller and heavier, but they take what they say. What's his height listed at?
He's listed at 5'10", 191.
snap call because he's
I mean,
not, right?
Tyreek's definitely not 5'10". Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that shows you right there that the Raheem Mostert weight is bullshit on Dolphins.com.
Raheem Mostert probably weighs 200 pounds.
Yeah, he probably weighs 196.
Liam, you're in your 30s. How much do you weigh in your 30s compared to what you weighed when you were 21?
I'm not a professional athlete, but I weigh 175 pounds. So
How much was that compared to what you weighed when you were 21?
I probably weighed 155 back then.
There, it's exactly.
But that is a world difference for like if I was staying, like if I did athletic things every day, I don't think I'd weigh that.
All right, someone tweet at Raheem Mostert and ask him how much he weighs, please.
Yes, someone grind the Raheem Mostert Instagram reels and see if he's posting scale pics.
I promise you that he weighs 200 or more pounds. I would bet that if we could
maybe
find a
with
way to
pads
bet
on,
this.
sure. I mean, like maybe if he's got 8 pounds of quarters in his pocket, that's what we used to do during Pop Warner. You would have to put the quarters in your pocket if you didn't weigh enough to get on the team. On the Moss versus Caleb thing, like it would have felt so good to get Caleb and be done. But like I'm very high on Moss's chance to be like the guy you need to have, or like just having a Raheem Mostert year where he just punches in all these wacky touchdowns. So I don't want
Rico, then Herbert on the turn.
Yeah, I like that.
Damn, feels like that or the Stephen Jones comment is completely keeping Dowdle's ADP from going nuts after every Cowboys beat writer is like, Rico's the lead. Rico looks the best. Zeke looks terrible. Everyone else is brutal. Like, feels like without that Stephen Jones comment, we're having the Chase Brown rise with Rico.
Yeah, and also like my initial, gut check was like Zeke is done and Rico's explosive. So like all year I preferred Rico, and then I was like, well, I guess I got to do Zeke. That's just how the market has it.
I mean, I've taken a little bit of Zeke. I've got 4% of Zeke. Like, I don't think he's the worst pick in the world. He's going to play, but he just has like very little upside.
No, yeah, I have some Zeke in my I did an early FFPC slow draft, and I got the Zeke and Rico combo where you're just like, one of you's got to be hitting the starting spot here.
I think that's kind of fine and managed.
Let's rip Herbert here.
Yeah. I agree. Herbert and Ladd, check our bye week.
What's your take on the Herbert foot? It seems like it's just like really not going to slow him down at all. I think this is like Herbert to me already was far too cheap. I think he has a very, very good chance to straight up outscore Tua, Trevor, and Goff. But he was going behind them already. And now at times you can get him in the 150s, because of this plantar fasciitis, which I think Herbert, hell or high water, is going to play week 1. We might not get this there was a chance where he's going to rush the football a little bit more.
That's the thing that I think is a little bit different now, is I thought maybe there was a chance he was going to run for like 450 yards. That is probably much less likely now. But where I'm at with Herbert is he leads the NFL in pass attempts per game since his career began. That's pretty crazy. And yeah, Harbaugh is a dinosaur and he wants to run the ball. But I mean, look at the running back room, Harbaugh is not stupid. He's going to look at his team and he's going to be like, what gives me a better chance to win? You definitely have a better chance to win when Justin Herbert is directing things instead of Gus Edwards.
And Greg Roman is like, I really think Greg Roman molded his offenses. Like Greg Roman's quarterbacks were Lamar, Tyrod Taylor with Buffalo, where he even did well. I think Greg Roman understands Justin Herbert is nothing like these guys. And I've always said if I was starting an NFL team, I would prefer Herbert straight up over Lamar. So I'm just going to 100% him when he's there in the 150s. I even do the Herbert in Chark stack when I don't have Ladd.
Yeah, you're not woke to Brennan Rice, but that's fine. We'll get you there.
No, I'm not mixing. I need to get a little bit more positive reporting. Like if they're gonna sit Brendan Rice in a preseason game and give us the the Puka tea leaf, I've been. I guess I got to grind some Chargers practice reports because Ladd's probably not been practicing. So seeing who was on the field in that case, I think would be an indication.
It's probably QJ in the slot, honestly. I would guess. It's been Shark, Palmer, QJ. But not really that hard for me to imagine QJ just going to absolute zero. Like literally, like they're just making him a healthy scratch, like Jalen Reagor.
They are trading him for a backup right tackle.
Yes.
So quick.
So quick. Yeah. Remember when AJ Jenkins and John Baldwin were both #1 overall picks and they both busted and got traded for each other? What do you want to do here?
What's the tight end tab look like?
Wow. Fant.
Let's do Ray Davis and hope we get the
this is early for Ray Davis.
Okay, wait. Let's do Leggett.
I actually don't like Leggett, but Jacob Sanderson got me Leggett pilled. He's just like,
I always just he got the draft capital. I'm gonna draft that guy. Is it possible he is Quentin Johnston? Sure, but he went in
probably most probable he's Quentin Johnston, but you never know.
I mean, he went in the first round. What I don't love is that we're getting all this Jonathan Mingo hype.
Mingo.
Yeah, we're getting so much Jonathan Mingo.
I mean, he just looks Mingo just looks awful. It just there was like a highlight of him from practice the other day, and he just looked so slow and so cumbersome. I just don't know how it ever works out for Jonathan Mingo in the NFL.
Yeah, and he was also like one of the worst wide receivers in ESPN Open Score, which is like generally you just don't change from that. I think you gotta go Douglas. Okay, he's gone.
We can do Ray Davis.
Yeah, let's do Ray.
Davis, Breece Hall correlation. Just it's a cold weather game. They're just
honestly,
body blows.
We didn't need a fifth running back. Like that's a very defensible group to stop at 4, where it's not it's not comfortable because Rico or Moss could have downside. I'm assuming you are giving weight to that practice report you read yesterday from Ben Baby about the Moss catching 3 straight passes, catching the touchdown. Does that got you?
This is just how I have it ranked. I have Chase Brown ranked ahead of Moss, and now the market is valuing it appropriately. So before Moss was overpriced, so I wasn't drafting him. But now that the market has it right, I can fall in line. The right way to view it is that Brown is the guy who's got legitimate, Tony Pollard style upside, where he's the more explosive player. He's going to have fantasy points over expectation. Moss is honestly kind of just like Mixon was, where Mixon is not a special player. Moss is not a special player, but if he's out there because he's not fumbling, he's doing a solid job in pass protection, there's no reason he can't have 1,100 scrimmage yards and 8 touchdowns if that's the way.
What if Moss is Raheem Mostert and Chase Brown is Achane this year?
I mean, I don't think the Bengals offense will be that good, but it could be. I mean, I guess that is a thing. Is 17 healthy Burrow games. I'm sure you've heard this one, that this is the first regular training camp Joe Burrow's ever had in his career. He's had COVID, and then he had the appendectomy. Then he had the injury year. Then he had the wrist injury. So this is the first time he's ever gone through a whole training camp, just being able to do every step of the process in a normal way.
Yeah, I mean, and again, a huge feather in Moss's cap is he's good at blitz pickup, so he's going to keep Joe Burrow upright and healthy, which is like a real priority for them. So, I mean, we've not gotten any reports of how Chase Brown's done in pass protection.
Yes, we have. But, all right, we're up.
Likely
he's gone.
Is he?
Tight ends have gotten jammed in this one.
I
like Mims here.
We could do Chark. I prefer go Chark. Go Chark. Yeah.
I really hate that. So I think people are just so entrenched in their camps that they're just saying insane things. I mean, Zach Moss is a bad NFL running back. He has been benched every year of his career
He was
until
good last
year.
year, man. He
So
was
that's the
good.
thing, is it's
He was good
really an
last.
eye of the beholder situation. He had 3 very good games, and then people remember when Jonathan Taylor came back that he was playing some passing downs. But if you actually look at what he did after those 3 games where he was very good, it's incredibly average results. He's never topped 196 touches in a season. He was so bad for the Bills that they were playing Devin Singletary 100% of the snaps in playoff games. Do you know how bad you have to
Who's
be benched?
Singletary is a fine NFL player himself, you know?
Sure. Yes, they're fine. These players are fine, but acting as
Zach
if
Moss was right behind,
yeah, he was very good in
let's
rush
see,
yards over expectation.
rushing yards over expected per attempt.
Yeah, he was
Achane
5th.
was 1, CMC was 2, Warren was 3, James Conner was 4, Zach Moss was 5, ahead of Breece Hall, ahead of Kyron, ahead of Mostert, ahead of Pacheco, ahead of James Cook, ahead of Gibbs, ahead of Bijan. So, like, there are some metrics that support Moss having a good year last year, not just the eye test. What's tight end look like?
So bad.
Do we even need 8 wide receivers on this team?
Maybe, I don't know. The thing is the Juwan Johnson who I want shares a bye week with Kincaid.
Let's go Sanat.
All right. Ben Sanat, welcome to the team.
How many picks? I think we can even get a third tight end on this team.
We can do. Yeah.
We're so
I
strong at
agree.
quarterback. We're so strong at running back. We're so strong at wideout that, like, you might as well take the extra dart.
This is Brandon. Brandon has, I think, a great comp, which is that Chase is very similar to Ty Chandler, where a guy with, like, he was an overage rookie prospect, basically no draft capital, but when he plays, he's got some juice. I think that's totally fine. And if Ty Chandler was in a backfield on the Vikings with Zach Moss, guess what? I would feel the exact same way. Like, I want to bet on the guys with a little bit of juice. And I like Zach Moss as a prospect, but Zach Moss is a grinder. And a grinding back on the Bengals can be great. Like a grinder back on the Bengals can be great.
What I've said is I don't draft Najee Harris, but I would draft Najee Harris on the Bengals.
On the Bengals,
which is what I'm getting with Moss is the hope. Now, of course, Moss has downside, right? Like, if Chase Brown can just pass protect and do all the little things, he is far more athletic, far more explosive of a player, where he could be, like, legitimately electric at his price. So
he also
upside.
was a workhorse in college. There's this idea that he's kind of like
like
a
Achane,
bit player,
like Achane was, right?
like Achane was. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It just, like, logically, it just seems very likely that Moss is going to get his, and even if
I mean Chase
season,
Brown could get Tyson Williams. He could miss a blitz pickup, get Burrow smoked, and we never see him again. And Travion Williams is playing over him.
I think
I am definitely Pollard over Spears. I am, like, one of the last believers in Tony Pollard, but yeah.
I'm Pollard over Spears too. Like, I don't have a lot of Spears. His touchdown upside seems, I had a lot last year, but his touchdown upside seems linked to him, like, catching a lot of touchdowns. So plausible, you know?
Yeah. All right. We are back up. I think
we can tack on another tight end and another wideout, and, like, these are all, like, luxury picks because our core is so strong.
Yeah, we did good on this one. I think we do Luke McCaffrey, then we take whatever tight end we want in the end.
Okay, this could be a Brendan Rice team if you want it.
You're right. I'm sold. Let's take Juwan Johnson, then let's take Brendan Rice.
Yeah. What's the other tight ends look like? Because Dulcich correlates for week 17 if we want to do a Moss Dulcich stack, and I think Dulcich is upside.
And Dulcich not 100% drafted either.
Yeah. And so what is our wide receiver core?
Wide receivers: Nico, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper, Jaden Reed, Ladd, Leggett, Shark.
Devontae Walker, another guy I think is good. And you know who's getting a lot, like,
I gotta reduce my Walker bags. They signed Russell Gage, and I've got 15% of him.
What do you think about Tylan Wallace? Was he like, I thought Nelson Aguilar was ahead, but I don't know. I've read some highlights.
Tylan Wallace is I once in a dynasty league traded
Did
Geno
someone
Smith
really just snipe
for
Brendan
Tyson
Rice because
Wallace.
they're streaming? Like, come on now. No, 0% chance he would be taken otherwise.
I mean, whatever. let him live.
I think you got to go Malachi Corley here.
Sure.
No.
Yeah.
Or Devontae Walker.
No,
Corley correlates with Breece Hall somewhat, and the Bill stacks we built out.
Sure. We started it with a Jet. We ended it with a Jet. We have Kincaid. We have Ray Davis. So we are locked in. We have Dulcich with Moss. We didn't get a Patriot to go with our Chargers. We didn't get a Seahawk to go with Swift. Could have taken Johnny Wilson there to correlate with Dowdle. Who do you take as your last round Texan? Do you take like Dameon Pierce? Do you take John Mechie? Do you take what's the old guy's name?
Noah Brown. I think Noah Brown.
Robert Woods is the old guy.
I think Noah Brown is Noah Brown's not been practicing, and Mechie was like getting some hype, but that seems to have died down. So I think Noah Brown is just like, Noah Brown's produced the past couple of years. He's trusted. I don't understand why Robert Woods is still on the team, and so I think he probably
makes good money.
But I think you just take Brown and understand that he's not hitting your lineup the whole season. But if someone goes
if Nico breaks his leg again, then he's playing.
Exactly, or whatever, or Tank does.
Yeah. Robert Woods is on the team because he makes $6 million this year, and he's $10 million of dead cap to cut.
Yeah, he's there to coach. He's there to help Tank see coverages on the sideline and be like, "Hey, man, you could have done this differently."
Here's the thing, top season sickos. I don't make the rules. You gotta drop a super chat if you want to get sauced. I don't make the rules.
We have no time to just look at teams. That's a super chat.
I just enforce them. All right. We did, for the audio listeners, Breece Hall, Nico Collins, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper. After seeing how this plays out, do you wish that we would have taken one of the elite quarterbacks instead of Cooper and then tried to pair them coming around?
No, because instead of Cooper, we were thinking of Kelsey, and that
it would not have worked. Yeah, would not have worked. Yeah. We could have tried to.
I think this played out much better because I think like Stroud and Herbert, you might just have two top 5 quarterbacks right there.
Yeah. The Kincaid pick, I love inviting you on because I know I'm gonna either get Kincaid or James Cook, and I don't have enough of those guys, so I'm very happy to do it.
57 is also just kind of a steal, like
sure. Yeah, and I love to be a price based. This new Jaden Reed price, like every tout loves to say like, yo, Jaden Reed is a bad price, but I don't want to have any of him. But now that he and Watson's price are converging, Reed becomes much more appealing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I didn't have enough Reed, but I do want to. I already was thinking of jumping him ahead of like Hollywood and Keenan. And now I'm just going to buy this dip.
All right. Stroud, 81. Love that. How about McConkey at 88 when he's been going for like what? For the last 2 months before this ankle injury, he's been going to like pick 65.
Yeah. I really felt like this team was done with two picks to spare. That's what allowed us to because we have 5 running backs all with legitimate upside.
It's
right?
true. Breece Hall, Swift, Moss, Dowdle, Ray Davis is like we definitely could have been done it for. Like Ray Davis almost was even a luxury pick.
Ray was definitely a luxury because it's defensible and there's kind of an edge to doing these weird hyper fragile teams where you just you make it hyper fragile with this ambiguous running back rooms, and you're like, okay, not many people are going to be comfortable stopping at 4 here, so I'm just going to have extra darts elsewhere. And then it just, so like with Kincaid, I'm usually just going 2 tight end. But when you have the luxury, why not attack like Sinat? Could be a 0. Who cares? Him and Greg Dulcich, like they both have, not not quite what Laporta did last year, but they could be 65% of that, 70%
I mean,
of that.
Dulcich could lead the Broncos in receiving points.
100% he could,
Yeah.
right? Like, I think he is a great upside bet. Like, Juwan Johnson is going to be around 100 points, right? Like, he's not going to be a smash.
He's definitely dead to average more than like 9.7 half-point PPR points per
He
game.
can be Hunter Henry from last year. He can have that
500 yards, 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, he can do that. But Dulcich could be 800 yards. Like, it could just be a lot of like Josh Reynolds.
And we did, to be fair, we did waste one pick. I mean, we did take DJ Shark in the 15th, which is a 0.
I personally think Shark is a good selection, and I don't really know what news is leading us.
You know exactly why DJ Shark is not a good pick, which is that he is entering into his 8th year in the NFL, and he has not topped 700 yards since 2020. I guess he did have 5 touchdowns last year.
He had with Bryce Young, man, with like the worst quarterback play in the NFL other than Zach Wilson. He had 505. And now, like,
it's kind of crazy. He was second on that team in receiving yards, more than Mingo, more than the tight ends combined.
A lot of that came down the stretch, but Bryce Young had 2,900 yards and 11 touchdowns, right?
And 5 of them went to Shark.
So
actually, I think Andy Dalton might have thrown one of those.
Let's just put Herbert at 4,000 yards, which is like conservative, right? So multiply that by like 1.25. So 500 times 1.25. That gets, Chark up to 650 yards. Serviceable.
The Panthers scored 0 points in week 17 last year.
Yeah, I mean, Chark is never going to be the Puka. He's never going to be the Tank Dell. But he can be the random Chase Claypool year where it's like 808, he can give you that. And if we get the Herbert 4,500 yard season, Chark could give you 1,000 yards, Palmer, like good against man coverage, but might just not be that good. McConkey.
Yeah, Palmer probably not that good.
McConkey, high upside, but might not be that good, rookie, year 1, whatever. And you can just see Harbaugh being like, Chark's the veteran, whatever. So I don't know. I like him. He also, could he lose his job to like Brendan Rice? Sure.
Or Cornelius Johnson.
Samini Fehoko or whoever.
Semi Fehoko. Yeah.
Darius Dice. Like, I doubt it, but I don't know, man. That year he was on the Jags too. He was going to break out.
Yeah. So Leone does. I mean, this is true. So Leone says teams are more EV the less dead roster spots they have, and then you hear folks say if a player is 0, so what? I mean, it's definitely true.
I don't agree with Leone on the 0 thing. Like,
well, the math is the math, though. Like you literally.
Okay, no, but like it's very easy to say in a vacuum, I don't want a 0 on my team. Congratulations, right? No one wants a 0. Me either. However, you have to weigh, what if a Kyron Williams exists? What if a Tank Dell exists? And if you're just taking CEH at like what Leone advocated is you have to take CEH because we think he's the RB2. I disagree. I think there was enough smoke.
Leone's not advocating that. He literally is just running the simulations and running the calculations on what your expected value is, and the expected value of having an 18th guy versus 17th guy versus a 6. I mean, just getting 18 over 16 is like 50% more EV.
Sure, having more shots on goal is better, unquestionably. But if the Kyron, if the Tank, if these guys exist and spike week 17 like Kyron did, you are dead to actually win the 1.5.
This is another great point. Shark has never been the same since that horrific ankle injury. And yeah, he's definitely closer to being out.
What if he heals up from that, right? Like what if it just takes a while for Chark?
I mean, that happened, I think happened 3 years ago
with the Jaguars, but he like kind of sat out a year.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean,
He's only
like
27.
he had a little bit of juice before and has had very little juice since
He had
then.
significant juice before then, and of course he's probably not
Well,
the same player.
the 2019 Jaguars, I mean, these were his teammates when he had 1,000-yard season. Chris Conley, D.D. Westbrook, Keelan Cole, James O'Shaughnessy, and Seth DeValve.
Yeah, he went for 1,008 2019, 705 2020. Then he got hurt
This
in
this
that
is this is 100%
Trevor
wrong.
rookie
This
season.
is you,
Then
you,
he
you couldn't be more wrong. CH's 19 points. He was one of the most overrepresented players in finals because he got 19 points in week 16. So
yeah, but like that's like
inaccurate.
really, really bad process to be like, hey, CEH spiked week 16, he's gonna do it again. You know, like
That's
no.
that's not what I'm saying. But people,
Yeah, I mean,
one of the things we do is we just have
yeah,
too much
highlight
certainty.
Nolan's comment here, but that's basically what I'm saying is like if you are if you're taking a guy who you think is for sure not a zero, but also has no chance of spiking. Like for me, this last year I took 20% of Darius Slayton because I thought he was the Giants' #1 wide receiver. I was right. Slayton did give you some weeks down the stretch. I think 20% is a little bit high on a guy like that where I was confident he wasn't a zero, which was good. But I also think there's not enough chance he is a breakout, which is bad. And
Yeah,
so you need to
Hyatt
be
was the better pick and is the better pick
no.
this year.
I think Hyatt was a bad pick, and that turned out to be true. But
Well, you do not know ball, bro. You thought
no, I
Hyatt was
mean,
a bad pick last year?
I did. Yeah, I thought I was really overdrafted.
Hyatt had a better spike week than Slayton last year on like 74 total snaps.
Slayton was like a guy you needed to have week 17 down the stretch, but that's like random.
I don't think that's true, but Hyatt led. I mean, if I just told you nothing else other than that you could have the guy who led the NFL in average depth of target for around 18 cost, you would have taken some of that guy.
Obviously, most of those were prayer yards, but also Hyatt had 400 yards and 0 touchdowns, and Slayton had 804. So, but whatever.
I'm not saying Slayton was a bad pick, just that Hyatt was better.
You're getting caught up on and missing the greater point. The greater point is they both play for the Giants.
The name of this show.
Well, the greater point there is they both play for the Giants, right? So there was just a very, very little chance that Giants wide receiver was going to be a breakout player, right? And so even though I landed on not a zero, which is good, you need to be risking some possible zeros if greater upside swings exist. So like Brendan Rice is not a comfortable click for me. But I think on that team where we didn't really even need another player, it's defensible to mix him in because he's legitimately an upside bet. Whereas Chark is kind of the Slayton bet, right? I think we can hope for more because he's attached to Justin Herbert, a good offense. But yeah.
So you think Shark is Slayton and Brennan Rice is Hyatt?
I think I don't know anything about Brennan Rice. I do know that the chance of a seventh.
Well, what if I told you he's Jerry Rice's kid?
I know. Okay, I know that much. If I think the chance of a 7th round pick hitting the field is very low, and if Puka Nacua didn't do what he did last year, people would not even be discussing him. You know?
No, that's not true because he played at USC and he is Jerry Rice's kid. But in general, yes, like Jordan Whittington, Casey Washington, Malik Washington, all of these guys, yeah, hundo P, like literally 100%.
Yeah, it's just
look at the comps for Bryce. They're terrible. KJ Osborne would be your hit.
that's the success. What's the DJ Chark comps? I'm just curious what they comp that.
Well, his are gonna be better. I mean his are pretty good. Mike Wallace,
Alec Pierce, Diami Brown, yikes. Chris Godwin, that's the hope. Let's do the other rookies. Do Keon Coleman, do McConkey.
Well, we gotta bring in my man. Oh no,
I was gonna
he's
say
gone.
while we wait for
There's little T. You want to run Keon,
yeah, do Keon before we go. I'm curious.
Michael Thomas, Juju, Robert Woods, T.
Robert Woods and
Higgins,
T. Higgins
James Washington.
and Michael Thomas. Those okay. I see the vision. What's
Yeah.
it got for Rome? I'm curious what it spits out for Rome.
Rome's are gonna be. I assume Rome's are gonna be crazy. Yeah, Rome's are like all hits, like 100% hits.
Yeah, that's a good reason to be drafting Rome.
Kendall Wright, I guess. Kendall Wright, not well. Kendall Wright was good as a rookie. Corey Coleman, not a hit, but the rest, like
Julio
literally 100%
Jones.
hits. Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I wonder what Lad. I've not run these for Lad.
If Sammy Watkins did not drink at practice, he would have been a good NFL player.
Lad, Tony Hardman, Dante Pettis, Paris
Terry
Campbell.
McLaurin is your hope there, and George Pickens. George Pickens is a very weird comp for Lad McConkey.
Well, it's production based, and they were actually very similar, where they went to these high level schools, were really good as freshmen, but then really petered out.
So it doesn't take body composition into the equation at all.
No, it does. That's why his sim score number is low. It's 33, which is pretty low.
Let's do Leggett and let's do Leggett.
I mean, this is you can't you literally can't make it up.
Devo's pretty low on that.
This is rotoviz.com, which I really like. I think it's very useful if you are big on fantasy football, especially dynasty stuff. Yeah, Mingo and Claypool being the top two comps.
I think some people thought I was joking about Watkins. No, there's a legitimate article that came out after his career where he was actually showing up to practice drunk, and that is there's a little bit of warning in Jordan Addison where I don't think Jordan Addison's practicing drunk, but the kid just might not get it, which clearly Watkins did not either. Let's do the other rookies.
We're just doing some data science here, Dave. We're just we're diving deep into the comps.
Dave, you're so gracious helping Davis on his road to 10K.
Hey,
he is very gracious. Are you excited to live a little, bud?
I am excited. So, tell me a little bit about your stream, Davis.
Tell me a little bit about.
Yeah, do we all draft? Do we just one person drafts? And we help you.
I give you
collaboration.
We collaborate. I give you $12.50 of equity in a Best Ball Mania 5 entry. So that's your payment for the hour that you'll be on this program, and then we draft a winner in Best Ball Mania 5, and if we win, you will always remember this moment. People are asking,
Davis will disappear off the internet. to
avoid paying you. Were you drafting from the turnpike? Did you do any traffic drafts on your way in?
No, and I just want to say, don't draft while driving. There were so many people that responded that admitted to this that really it's like, okay.
Are you concerned now?
Yeah, and it's not because I told them to, it's just like they were already admitting it. So I just need to go ahead and say, let's not make this a phenomenon. It's not.
That will be a commercial in our lifetime.
Like a PSA, distracted driving.
Yeah, please stop ball drafting while driving.
I probably need to record a PSA. Also, PSA, I'm going to tweet this out. In 12 minutes, I'm going to break some Swolecast news.
In 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not 10 minutes?
Yeah, why not just break it right now?
I was going to do 10, 15. So I could give people, Davis, see, you're new to this. I was going to tweet it out, have them join the stream so they could hear the news. Just getting more people to come to the stream, to subscribe, everything.
Wow.
Go As Cards. Charles says you are retiring. Yes. Wow. Maybe
no chance. No chance.
Hater. And mean, come on now.
Maybe I need to retire.
All right, Liam, do you want to stick around or do you want to leave?
I'm gonna bow out after the first or second round pick, but I'll hang out with you and Dave for.
All right, Dave. Dave, are you ready?
Yeah, but did you tag me? You didn't tag me in the.
Yeah, he didn't even tag me. I would have retweeted, but
I tagged you guys in the one from yesterday. You don't want to you don't want to at people too much, you know.
No, you
no,
at
that's
me
not how
so you
Twitter
can
works.
retweet it. Otherwise, how will my fans know where to go?
All right, Dave. I will at you right now.
Just say the kitchen's going to be breaking some Swolecast news. That way, I don't have to tweet it. And
People
I can
are unhinged in your comments, Davis, and mine. But this guy says, "I roll blunts while driving. Drafts are nothing."
Well, I mean, I feel like both
You
are
don't
not
need
great.
to share that with us. Keep that one in the holster.
All right, live with SocrDave, who has a big announcement.
Big Swolecast announcement.
Yeah, if you want to farm engagement, you say new Swolecast lineup ? And then say Pete Overzet leaving ? That gets people. That would get people in a stir.
Yeah,
Dave,
I mean,
what did you think of my thumbnail with Traylon and with Deshaun?
Yeah, it was good. I almost made you a thumbnail, but I didn't know like if you would even receive it. Like maybe like you're like, no, I don't want that. I want all my thumbnails to look like have the same uniformity.
No, I would have. I tried to use the Katy Perry picture, but it was the aspect ratio.
Yeah.
It didn't work. It was too blurry.
And I'm gonna create a thumbnail for you then.
All right, Dave. I tweeted it. I tweeted live with SocrDave, who has a big Swolecast announcement. Let's hop in to this
Dave,
draft.
what's your read on recent news? Talk to us what you're seeing in the Twitter streets.
Buy the dip. That's what I'm saying.
On everyone?
Maybe not Josh Downs because it already wasn't that high on him on underdog.
Is it because he's a Colt?
Yeah, and because I don't really like Colt receivers. But yeah, let me repost this. So yeah, other than that, like give me Addison in the 100s. Give me Hopkins in the 90s. Like people are just taking this and oh no, I'm afraid now. I'm so scared.
Wow, the influencer 102, Dave.
But we got veterans. We are veterans in these streets.
Honestly, after the CMAC news, this is like where you'd want to go. Let someone else make that hard decision.
Aren't you worried, bro?
Are you guys? I take Lamb over CMC at the 1.
No, I take CMC. I want to have CMC.
You're not scared of this injury.
I literally couldn't be less concerned.
Yeah, I'm a little bit just because I've had calf injuries in the past year with pickleball and know that they do kind of linger. They do. They absolutely linger
with pickleball.
Yes. And so I would say, like, I honestly, Tyreek's my 1.1 this year. I've got so much Tyreek. So
he got like blood transfusion or something. So that's
all right.
That's bullish.
Who do you want to take, Dave?
Oh, so they did take CD. Yeah, go CMAC. That's what I'm saying. Like they kind of
buy the dip.
You don't want their
made
101?
the choice for you.
His 101, his 101 on DraftKings. It's different. It's his 101 on DraftKings.
Yes. So basically, you got even more equity because you got the 1.1, and you get to have one pick before this guy. Herzig tweeted out that like the worst place to be in a draft is not just the 12 spot, but the 12 spot with a sharp drafter at 11, because they just like
they don't get the value.
Yeah, they just snipe you, and it's really tough to get that combo.
True.
I don't hate the 12 spot as much as other people. Like I think people every year they're like, "Oh, this spot's so bad," and then every year
it's like bad. So this is why I liked like the Puka news, because now
that's great news.
I can draft Puka at 12. But when it was like when it was Gibbs and Harrison, and it's just tough because I don't have like strong.
You know, the 12
feelings
in
about it.
2022 was pretty goddamn brutal. It was Joe Mixon and DeAndre Swift. So I don't the 12 in 2022 not so strong.
Well, what were
Yeah.
the wide receivers available then? 2022. Why are we talking about 2022?
Because you
Because
just
every year is
said
different.
you just said every year people complain about the
2022 was the
12.
year I won, and I think I went JT and Aaron Jones.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you
no,
weren't drafting from the 12 spot.
I was drafting from like the 8
You
or
don't
9.
know what spot you drafted to win $1 million?
I was the 8 or 9.
Tried to traffic draft, and Joyous Cynic's Geico drive score just went down. Tough scene.
And David was 1,000,001. Please get that right.
$1,000,001.
They did the $1 because at the time, and then Fareed won $3 million. I don't think will anyone ever win as much money as Fareed in best ball. Will they have a prize pool that big again? You think?
Yeah, I will, because I'm gonna win this tournament, and I'm gonna win the FFPC main event.
Yeah. I honestly do think if I win anything big this year, I'm going to win multiple things just because I've
Because
got
you're
so
drafting the
many.
same team
I think I'm
900
winning
times.
builds.
6 best ball tournaments this year alone as well, because I am just 115 my same team in all these tournaments.
Yeah.
It's
So you know,
beautiful.
like the number of seats you get in a live final, you got like some of these guys getting 5 or 6 seats. That's going to be me if I make
Yeah.
it to the finals this year again.
You're
Yeah,
just
it's going to be
150.
it's going to be. I'm going to have like 5 tickets, and it's just going to be like,
I think
well,
that's the
Yeah,
dream of all of us.
these Brees Puka teams, man. That is tough.
I got Bijan Puka and I got Amon-Ra Puka yesterday in the marathon.
Dave, we are up in 2 picks.
okay.
I know who I want to take. I'm wondering what your thought is.
I want to take Neighbors.
I want to take Devin A. Chain, and I'm gonna outvote you,
But why?
because
Like
A-Chain is,
Malik. I mean, that's fine. It's fine if you want to do that, but
no, Dave. You know what? We're living a little. You're a guest on the stream. We're gonna take
well,
Malik Neighbors.
Davis, you've come a long way as a streamer. Because my first time on your channel, it was just, nope, we're doing this. Nope, we're doing this.
we've already got so much A-Chain anyways. I mean, Malik Neighbors has like top 5 potential.
All right, who do you
overall.
want to take? Who do you want to take here, Dave?
You know what? I'll let you make this choice.
All right, I'm gonna do a weird thing.
No, don't do Metcalf. Don't do Metcalf. Anybody but Metcalf.
All right, I'm gonna take DJ Moore.
Okay. Gosh, Metcalf. Is there any worse pick than Metcalf in this area?
Well,
I like
I used to take Cooper Kupp there 100% of the time, and now the market has different ideas. I do hate that. I do kind of hate that thing where you're right about something, you're right about something, you're right about something, and then everyone else realizes you're right about something, and so then you can't draft that team anymore.
Like we have seen Metcalf's ceiling, right? And if you're of the opinion like I am that JSN is going to take a step forward this year, then what really is Metcalf's ceiling? Like he's not going to be the go-to. He lets you down every year.
Does he?
Yes.
I think Metcalf was locked to one side of the field his whole career. And there's hope, like reports out of Seahawks camps is that they are throwing him the ball even when he's covered just to see what he can do. Like
Yeah.
the mindset is if he's one-on-one cornered, they're going to throw the ball up to him.
Good luck with that poor hip swivel.
You're not a fan of the 3-cone drill time, him being slower
Oh.
than Tom Brady's 3-cone drill?
You don't need to. You don't need to when you're a grown. I mean, look, that worked out. That worked out for me anyways, because I'm a DJ Moore slappy. But yeah, DK is a dude who can score 15 touchdowns in a crazy Geno season.
Well, all I'm saying is if that's your thing, then like don't draft JSN.
Aren't you worried about Jalen Johnson week 17?
Aren't you worried, dude?
Covering DK Metcalf?
Because we got news about Fant also being the guy, JSN taking a step forward, Kenneth Walker catching more passes. So if all these things are happening, then where's Metcalf in this?
I've
I'll
looked
tell you
for
where
the
he is.
JSN buzz, Davis.
He's
What
mid.
is the JSN buzz you're reading?
No, it's very real. It's very real. It's
Year
like
2 breakout, bud.
the new kind of party line has been Lockett is kind of now the elder statesman. JSN is going to be taking more of the, different depths of the field. I mean, I believe he was the lowest average depth of target in the NFL last season. It might have reversed at the end because they started to play him a little bit differently at the end, but it now feels like JSN is, and this is the other thing is everyone's very excited about Grubb, the Grubb
Noah Fant,
offense.
yeah. In the
is just a
Athletic
better
article,
fit.
Noah Fant was like, I'm excited because Grubb is going to put us in a position to succeed. He's going to utilize my speed. He's going to utilize JSN and Lockett's route running. He's going to just throw the ball to DK Metcalf.
Yeah, but again, like for the equity that DK Metcalf is getting, if everyone's taking a step up, again, do you see him having like a top 5, top 12 year? I don't.
Dave, people are wondering about the announcement. You're after time on your announcement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm 1 minute after time. All right. Here's the announcement, and Davis, it really comes as a
Davis,
form
put
of
him
question.
full screen. Put him full screen for the announcement.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, Davis.
Just click his camera, highlight it.
There you go. Stay there. Davis, we're going to be going a day earlier. We're going to be going on Tuesdays. The First Look show just got even more first lookier. So,
interesting.
Noon. Thank you, Liam. Thank you. Noon Eastern. And this is part of the brainchild of Peter Overzet.
I was gonna say, is this approved by Pete?
This was brought up by Pete. He said, "Hey, we're First Look. We need to be first lookier." And so I said, "Hey, let's do it." So everyone's in. Davis, I just assumed you'd be in.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Why not?
Let's go with Patrick Mahomes with the fourth.
I was gonna let you.
I don't think Davis asked for your input.
I was gonna let you. I was gonna let you make your announcement.
Mahomes over Lamar, man.
Is Hollywood available?
Yeah. Which one do you want, Hollywood or Worthy?
Hollywood for sure.
Davis, what's your exposure to Lamar? You're not even thinking about going Lamar and Andrews there?
My exposure to Lamar 10%. And
Mahomes is what? What's
14.
Mahomes? 14. Pretty flat. Dave, how are you playing the elite quarterbacks? How you got to expose between Josh?
Definitely had way more Mahomes exposure when he was the fourth of the guys being taken. Now, I mean, he's most of these drafts that I'm in, he's going second of the big four. And so I'm getting more exposure to Hurts and Lamar.
I have the most of Allen and Hurts simply because they're the overwhelming favorite to be QB 1 and 2, in my opinion, based on their track records. But Lamar's week 17 schedule, I would say, is the best, where you can just see the Lamar 45-point game against Houston.
However, I think it's on a short, isn't it, on a Thursday, coming off of 4 days rest? So that would be a concern, possibly.
Let's pull that up. I wasn't sure about the Thursday. Week 17 schedule.
Yeah, just pull up.
Someone has to be on my stream if I care about it Christmas. So the Christmas Day games are Chiefs versus Steelers and Ravens versus Texans. So are we fading the Christmas games?
Well, we don't have to fade them, but there's just not a lot of time in between those Sunday and Thursday games. Sometimes those Thursday games can be.
Yeah, Houston, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore play
the
3
week
games
16
in 10
games.
days. Yeah, we're gonna have to be doing a lot of global swap announcements for the Swolecast lineups. Did you check with Tuttle about this?
Tuttle's like, yeah, they're probably UCL stuff, but I'll work around it. And that's, so.
Okay. So you checked with Devin and Peter.
Yeah.
And
So
DB,
Dan,
but not with me.
You're the last one. I wanted to put the pressure on you on the show.
Wow, look at this. Lamar got all the way around to 62.
And he has been going in the 6th round sometimes, which is just, you cannot pass him up on that. Liam, what's your take on, like, if you go Josh Allen and Lamar's still there in the 6th round?
Oh, I would build that definitely sometimes. You even I have one Hurts Allen team. Like you gotta do some of those teams.
Yes.
I did it earlier in the year where I think it was a little bit better.
Hit him with the Liam.
I'm not doing the triple elite, man. So the Chiefs and the Ravens both play on the 21st, and then they both play 4 days later, and the Texans. So that is a little bit. 4 days rest is generally not great in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad I'm here so that I can help y'all out. This is what my whole purpose in life is to help others.
You're very gracious. I put a tweet out yesterday asking who people thought would be the highest advance rate and highest scoring pairing with the Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, and Kyler with all of their elite tight ends. And people overwhelmingly have voted for Kyler and McBride. Yeah, which I mean, I don't know if they're weighing in cost of that or just players.
It's got to be weighing in cost.
I wouldn't give a Twitter poll like that much credit because it could just be people who
Dave,
don't even
are you good with Jackson Smith and Jigba?
What are the other options?
Ladd, Brian Thomas, David Montgomery.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a little early for JSN, but yeah, that's my DK bias showing.
I'm trying to.
I'm on DK. You get him in the 90s.
I'm underweight on JSN right now. I'm trying to buy in bunches. All right, we are about up on the clock again. What do you thinking, Kitchen?
All right, so we have
Mahomes, McCaffrey, Neighbors, DJ Moore, Hollywood Brown, and JSN. By my ranking, it's Ladd. By ADP, it's Montgomery, Ladd, Ingram, Keon, Connor, Aaron Jones, Hopkins.
Okay, I think we go Keon.
Yeah, I think he's a better pick with Ladd injured.
Keon Coleman. All right,
dude. Another one of these guys that could be like, we just don't know, right? We're seeing these highlights, and there's one of those situations where we get into like week 8, week 9, and we're like, Josh Allen's top target that they drafted, like, why was he going so late in drafts? Like, he should have been if we've got Harrison at 12, then this guy should have been in 2nd or 3rd round. Neighbors in the 2nd and 3rd, then this guy should also be in the 3rd round. It is in the realm of possibilities.
It's kind of hard.
Aren't you worried about Mac Hollins, bro?
He's injured too.
Yeah, the guy doesn't need
I thought you could never get injured if you
walk barefoot.
Yeah, it's kind of what I heard.
If you
grounding,
yeah, you're grounding. It's kind of hard for me to see a super high target volume season from Keon his rookie year. I think the most likely hit season for him is something like 800 to 1,000 yards, and he just smashes in the touchdown department.
Why couldn't he have Kelvin Benjamin?
Kelvin Benjamin told Josh Allen no when Josh Allen asked him his rookie year, "Hey Kelvin, do you want to run some routes before the game?" Kelvin Benjamin says no.
That's so funny.
Like such a funny NFL moment.
That's really funny.
He was out of the NFL the next year.
Dave, talk to me about round 18, Treylon Burks, our thumbnail guy here. What do you hear?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, he's a lot better in the 20th round, but if you're drafting on underdog and you need the best case for him, right, is you get Will Levis. Like, the difference is you can get Traylon on DK in the 20th round, but Levis is going in the 150s. And on underdog, this is just a perfect late stack opportunity, just a backdoor stack where you get Levis in the 170s, 174, 175, and then you automatically have a guy right there.
What
He
about
is
Nick Westbrook-Akine and
Nah.
Kyle Phillips? Do you think those guys are zeros, or do you think like could Nick Westbrook be ahead of Traylon?
No, not with
don't
the
think so?
offense that they're running. He'll play another position, but right now Traylon's clearly number 4 receiver. You've got
I
some
saw Will
older
Levis bomb to Westbrook-Akine, so that had
Yeah.
me interested.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to throw the ball downfield a lot. I just think if one of the big 3 get hurt, it's going to be Traylon, and he's a down the field guy. They are pushing the ball down the field so much. I have plenty of Chig, but he's untouchable right now. I'm just letting that flatten out.
You're not a Josh Wiley, bro?
I have 0% Chig, and I've drafted Josh Wiley once.
Yeah, because really, it's all 11 personnel from all reports in practice, and they've got an X and an F position, and Boyd is right now playing that F position, which would be Chig spots, because they're always going to have a guy in like Wiley to block.
I thought the coach said that Chig will be the Y and
yes,
Wiley
Chig will be the Y.
F.
The F, right? Yeah, is going to
Which
be
is
the block.
that actually had me a little bit more interested in Chig.
All right,
the
David,
Y is the pass catching.
We are
type.
on the clock. I think we should take Brock Bowers as our tight end here.
Do we have a tight end? No,
We do not have a tight end.
Let's do it again. Upside, baby.
And then we are gonna be taking Gumby is probably gonna take one running back here, and then we might get to take a Tennessee Titan, which would be some nice little synergy. We have a Bill, we have 2 Chiefs. We got to get a Tennessee Titan on this team. I feel like it's just right.
Dave, where are you at on the Zach Moss versus Chase Brown wars?
Okay, so I've kind of liked it because I got all my Chase Brown exposure in the 120s. Now you can get Moss in the 100s and just kind of see what happens.
You get Moss in the 120s sometimes now.
Yeah, like either running back though at that range with what this Bengals offense is going to be nice. So, whoever.
Dave, do you feel a little bit more comfortable knowing ball when you don't have to host? Like you can just really get into the nitty gritty of analyzing the game.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Chase Brown, Tony Pollard, Zach Moss. Take your pick.
Dave has 8 monitors with just like random NFL training camp
highlights. Let's go Pollard.
Got to do Pollard for this energy.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I'm bowing out. Good to hang.
All right, so you get exactly 50% of 50%.
No, you get 6.
No, I didn't make a single pick on this one for a reason. So this one's all you guys.
Okay.
Unless you actually win, in which case you have to send me $100 grand.
Okay, sure, deal. Tell people. Oh, he left before I get to tell people to go to beatbestball.com. Beatbestball.com. Are you a subscriber to beatbestball.com, David?
Not to the website. He just put that out there. So I haven't even looked at his website, to be honest.
I am a subscriber to beatbestball.com. You guys should check it out.
Is this like a newsletter that he also has like ranks on and stuff?
It's newsletter. He's got rankings. He's got underdog, DraftKings drafters, but he also has
got that beehive feel to it. So
I believe that he uses ghost.io, but beatbestball.com, go sign up, get into Liam's head. All right, Dave, this is beautiful. We have the perfect synergy.
This is a great team. Someone said that I mentioned Boyd as being in the big 3, which he is in the big 3, but I do think like he is replaceable. He's on a 1-year deal. It's not worth a lot. They are more if Burks pans out, then they have no reason to not play Burks over Boyd if Burks is a stud.
Would you take Jaleel McLaughlin or Jalen Wright? Who do you have more exposure to, Jaleel or Jalen Wright, Dave?
So I've got more exposure to Jaleel just because I fell for the trap early on. But I like Jalen where he's going. He's still going like the 150s, 160s.
Yeah, he's
So
very. I mean, we're to August 8th, and there's not been any camp hype about him.
yeah, but has there been like any camp hype about Jaleel recently?
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of camp hype for Jaleel.
No,
He's
but like
the
at first in the mini camps,
David.
yes,
He's the Darren Sproles.
right. I've been loading up on Javonte. I think these
You're chasing Javonte up the board.
He's not being chased. He keeps on falling.
I don't know how much he's falling. Who is your top exposure guy right now? You can use your DK guys, but who is the number one SocrDave brand play? Is it
you
it
know
Hopkins?
who it is? I've got $1,199 on DeAndre Hopkins right now. Hollywood's second. Cooper Kupp is third.
Cooper Kupp, ball, dude.
Jerry Jeudy fourth, Gibson fifth, and JSN sixth. As far as quarterbacks, Will Levis, then Mahomes, then Watson, then Russ. That is a Mount Rushmore.
How do you have? Come on, you can't be serious with this Russ stuff. The Russ stuff is insane.
I do notice that Russ is at 15%, but $666. So I probably should just draft him one more time to. Again,
David, it's over for
this.
Russell Wilson.
It's not over for Russ. Again, we talk about it a lot. I have like 250 drafts already done on DK, and it's just a different game for quarterbacks than on underdog.
Right. We are about up with back-to-back picks. We have Mahomes, McCaffrey, Pollard, Neighbors, Moore, Brown, JSN, Coleman, Bowers. What do you want to do here?
We can't pair any quarterbacks right now.
No, we got no Caleb Wooden already.
Let's go running back. Not crazy about Benson, so Corum would be my guy.
Perfect. Love Corum. We can double up. What do you think about potentially reaching on a running back here? I think this guy, Gumby 7, might be auto drafting. He might be auto drafting in between us because he has Kyler. Oh, he's got Kyler with McBride.
Drafted 3 quarterbacks, so yes.
He's got Pro unstacked, and he does. I guess Dak was a stack too. I don't know why. Maybe he's not auto drafting. He took Zeke with Dak.
Yeah,
he might double up on Dallas running backs here.
What's your take on Chubb as running back 3? I know it's kind of early for him.
I want to take a running back, but I don't want to take Chubb.
Like
I want to take
Dorico. Yeah.
All right, Dave, can you vamp for me about the Tennessee Titans for 47 seconds while I go pee?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. SocrDave, it's your time to shine.
Okay. I hope everything comes out okay, Davis. So, as far as the Titans, they are throwing the ball downfield a lot more. Last year, they're doing a bunch of screens, quick passes, getting the ball out of the hands because their offensive line was absolutely terrible. Their wide receiver 1 also was Traylon. Now, they invested a first-round pick and an absolute stud in J.C. Latham. They have a new philosophy as far as offense goes. They've got Callahan, who comes from the Bengals system. They might have the highest pass rate over expectation this season. And they're giving Will Levis every opportunity to succeed. So they're going to be throwing the ball downfield a ton. Levis is not the most accurate guy.
This is a big question. Are you a Pollard or a Spears guy?
He's got a huge cannon. I'm a Pollard guy with where they're being drafted. If it was like a 4 or 5 round difference, I would be a Spears guy, but they're both being drafted around the same time. So why not take Pollard? The hate has gone too far on Pollard. Last year, everybody was in love with him. And I really do think this injury, he said it on the Roto World Super Bowl contest. Like, it took him a while to really get over the early season injury.
He was the number 1 running back by PFF rush grade from weeks 11 to the end of the regular season.
Yeah. And I do think there's similar backs, but if one back is going to get goal line carries, it's going to be Pollard and not Spears. I don't think they are, because of Spears. I think they're going to take it a little easier on him. He's going to be a limited touch guy.
This is crazy. Spears is giving King Ricky Williams vibes. Ricky Williams was special, bro.
Yeah, he was stout, and he had both ACLs for a while.
He did have both ACLs. I mean, Tony Pollard led the NFL in touches inside the 5 last year and just got very unlucky. I think it's Dave. I think it's a good take. I mean, I think
Tresner says Pollard is not a goal line back, right? Like we saw last year, he did not convert well with goal line touches. But the question is Spears a goal line back?
I mean, he's smaller.
But he is smaller. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's true.
So,
all right, we are about back up. We have Dimes left as a second quarterback. We've got Geno left as a second quarterback. We could take Levis with Pollard to really up the synergy. I honestly don't hate that. I mean, Dave, it feels very weird for us to be aligned, but I am also kind of excited about the 2024 Tennessee Titans because I want teams to do more of this where they take their mid quarterback and they say, but what if he's not mid? What if he's not mid? What if he's good?
Yeah, and if you take a look at where he is compared to some of these other quarterbacks that people like, Titans got him in the second round, right? So they want to see if he works. If he doesn't, then they're going to win 5 or 6 games and go in.
They're going to take Quinn Ewers and do it all over again.
Yeah, I mean, granted, this quarterback class doesn't seem to be the best coming out, but like,
it's not ideal. It's not great.
I'd rather have Levis right now over Bo Nix, over Drake May.
No, over Drake May. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes. Over JJ. Like,
David, Drake May is a baller. That is insane.
Will Levis could be a baller.
Did
you watch the North Carolina games last year?
Yes, I did.
Drake May.
All right, we're up. What do you want to do?
Stock tanked.
Downs just went. Komet's after he is at ADP. Leggett, Pearsall with the Ayuk trade.
Sure.
Trying to get a little.
Or Douglas.
Douglas sets us up another quarterback. We can do Douglas. We'll do Douglas. And we'll see what Gumby 7 does here on the turn. Yeah, I think I mean you're definitely wrong about May. May is
I'm not saying he's not going to be a baller. I'd say I'd rather have Will Levis over him right now.
All right, we've got McCaffrey, Pollard, Corum, Dowdle. You good with Pearsall here after getting Douglas?
Yeah.
Ricky, Pearsall. All right.
Yeah,
for 13 picks, we've got McCaffrey, Neighbors, Moore, Mahomes and Hollywood, JSN and Keon Coleman, Bowers, Pollard, Corum, Dowdle, Douglas, Pearsall. What are you doing structurally, Dave? Do you do weird structure stuff? Do you ever do like 10 wide receiver teams, 4 running back teams?
Yes. I have done a 10 receiver team. Where
how many teams the people need to know, how many teams do you have drafted on Underdog right now?
Let's see.
Because this is what I don't understand is why you're piling in thousands of Russell Wilson entries on DraftKings, but you're not wanting to draft in Best Ball Mania? Is it just because it's
I've got
easier
45 Best Ball Mania drafts, so not nothing.
So 13 of them on the Swolecast.
Yes. Well, no, 12 because one I did not draft when I.
Oh, that's right.
So 33 otherwise, but I maxed the 101 Dalmatian, the Bulldog, the Rottweiler, the Pit Bull. All those are maxed. Those small field tournaments. Chihuahua 2, Mini Schnauzer 2. So like, I probably have I've got over 100 drafts on Underdog.
People forget that you're a best ball thought leader. I mean, they forget that you are one of the original best ball finalists. They don't like to give
Not
they
just
don't like to give you credit.
people forget that we had the old DK pros one time for a day had an idea to start our own best ball site. This was when MFL 10s were the only game in town, and draft had just done something. We're like, we should do something. And Levitan was pushing for it hard. And then we were just like, it was when all the regulation stuff was happening. And like, we don't have the money to like get legal in every single state.
Whatever ended up happening with your DK Leagues site. Remember that? Remember the DK Leagues site when you were
The
like,
crossover?
Yeah.
With like that was one year. Listen, we had lots of plans, and then there were legal troubles. And so all of a sudden, all this money that they were throwing around just dried up. I mean,
it went to zero.
They went from spending $0 on lobbyists to 9 figures on legal fees and lobbyists.
I mean, people really do forget about the Mount Juliet Christian grad making big in fantasy sports.
That's right.
You know, they don't remember that in 2015 that you were the DraftKings Monday Night Sweat Show host. They don't want to give you the credit, and honestly, it's sad.
Yeah,
you know,
they didn't.
They don't know that you've been doing this for a decade plus.
Yes, we're going on. This would be our 12th year now, and it's been crazy to see. Back then, you had to wait all night to get in one RT Sports League that was drafting online with strangers.
Oh yeah, it was terrible.
Now you could click any sort of tournament, and it's like 30 seconds, boom, filled. It's amazing to see how much the industry has scaled.
All right,
towards like online.
We're
games.
up. Do you want to do Gino with JSN?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, no. Let's do Fant because the
3 quarterbacks behind us,
and then pair him. He already has 3 quarterbacks, so then we can pair him with Gino.
All right, let's see how much this guy really is wanting to troll. Let's see, he could take 4 quarterbacks for
that'd be funny
for the vibes.
That'd be funny if he did.
Dave, how many people who are watching this or watching this Swolecast even know that we've known each other since I was in college?
Yeah.
Like very few, probably.
I mean, I've got a little girl who just started 5th grade, and there's a picture of Davis ignoring her when she was 2 years old on she was just wanting to say hey, and Davis was just on his phone.
Back then, you had to drive uphill both ways when drafting.
It was crazy.
It was crazy.
Back then, they were just throwing around money left and right. Like
it was a different time.
When these were unicorn companies, unicorn startups, meaning they had over $1 billion valuation, and they had just gotten all this funding. And so the early DraftKings days were crazy. They would fly me out to Boston to the DK headquarters every single week. They flew us out to the Bahamas multiple times for the live event finals they did. Miami.
Weren't they flying Smiz across the country every single week?
Because he was doing the ESPN bit when they had the deal with ESPN. And so he was going into Hartford's like little small airport But
money was. This is true. Money was free
was.
back then. Money was
It
free
really
back
was.
then. Yeah.
Even playing other sports, like on the Monday or it would be a Tuesday. Like playing basketball Tuesday when everyone got paid out, and then they would just enter it back into NBA stuff. We call it like Free Money Tuesday. Like those were crazy days back then. DK at that Miami first week 1, they rented me a 3-room suite at
Just for
one
the
of the
vibes.
prestigious Miami hotels. And it was just me. My wife was pregnant at the time, so she could not come on any of these trips. It was just me in this 3-person suite. That's when Drew and I were doing the week 1 show.
Man, yeah. I don't remember this. I never remember DK being 200 max entries. I remember unlimited entries and then 150. I don't remember.
No, it was 200, and then Massachusetts came in with their legislation and said a max of 150 entries, and so basically they matched everything with that.
Yeah, I mean, people do forget the 150 thing is completely arbitrary. It's based on it was like 1% of the player pool or 1% of the entry pool at most, or 150. But 150 is completely arbitrary. It doesn't match to anything at all.
No. I'm excited this year about playing lower stakes games for the first time in 9 years.
Because you can play $3 games again.
Yes.
Well, because they changed the rules. It's not $1 million in entry fees anymore. This is a good question. How big would the Millie Makers be on FanDuel and DraftKings with unlimited entries if you could enter 1,000 times or 2,000 times or whatever?
25 million.
No, the thing is I don't believe that it would be, Dave. I think that these guys are such nerds now. They are not in it for the action. Like the Endgame Syndicate guys, like Utica and those guys, they literally sim out the number of profitable entries. So sometimes they don't even max out like the flagship baseball contest on a night because they only have 113 theoretically plus EV lineups.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a good thought experiment of how many is too many. Like, what's that line of profitable versus unprofitable? Because the more lineups in there, you would have to think also like the more dead lineups that are in there.
Oh, that is true. Although people who are 150 are not entering dead teams.
But if they're like 1,000ing and they're just trying to bank,
then it's sim against sim, and if you're sim against sim, you're going to be minus EV or neutral EV. All right.
So you think there would be less entries than what they are now?
Or I think it would be similar. I don't think it would be a huge difference. All right.
We just have seen the whales just not care, basically. I think
we do need to take a third tight end because our tight ends are both on 10, so we can take a third tight end of your choosing.
Okay, I'm an expert in tight ends. Show me we got Likely. If he falls, we got to take him.
Got him. I mean, bang.
Yes.
He's learning all the routes, Dave. Didn't you know? He's learning.
He could be like, I have been trying to get more Bateman lately, but Likely could be the wide receiver 2 in this offense.
Are you good with Audric Estime as our 5th running back?
Sure. Yeah, like you don't want to take a Cleveland guy or a KC guy?
Sure. We can take Prince. You're right, Dave. That's why you're on the show. You are here to know ball, dude. Deneric Prince rotating in. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. All right, we got one. I'm going to let you take whoever you want with the end because we got 2 quarterbacks. We have McCaffrey, Pollard, Corum, Dowdle, and Prince as our 5 running backs. Neighbors, DJ Moore, Hollywood Brown, JSN, Keon Coleman, Demario Douglas, and Ricky Pearsall. We're a little light at wide receiver. I like to do a little bit better.
Let's go back to receiver to see. We gotta hit the nuts with this receiver pick.
How many entries would a $10 single entry contest that had no total contestants cap hit? I mean, not as many as you think. Definitely not as many as you think. You need the whales. You need the whales multi-entering to keep the ecosystem afloat. It's just the name of the game.
Let's look at receivers.
All right. The world is your absolute oyster at wide receiver. We got Elijah Moore. We got Bo Melton.
I think we look at Jalen Hyatt because
Hyatt up at the top.
If you've read the reports out of camp, he's the wide receiver 3. Like,
what's your Dave? What's your media diet like these days?
It's the Athletic and 32 beat writers. Like, that's pretty much it.
You're not just grinding JJ's late round podcast. You're worried he's too much like Joe Rogan.
Yeah, JJ's doing more of the best ball stuff and just kind of turned me off to his legacy media. That's been one of my favorite things to see is people complaining. Literally all JJ did was add one best ball show in an interview show. He's not taking away anything.
No.
He's just adding things, just like he did last year. He had an interview show. But he's just adding a best ball stream. People's like, it's just not the same. You don't have to listen to that. But the flip side of that, the flip side of that is JJ getting mad at the person that's getting mad at him. I just love it. I love JJ is not afraid to come back at the listener. He gets so saucy
as he should. Honestly, I would do. I like if people were like complaining, like I did like a couple of the college football streams. If people were mad about that, I'd be like, bro, you gotta grow up. You don't want to take Traylon on this team.
People were saying Traylon. I mean, he could be a guy. He could be.
I mean, very few people have lost more money on Traylon Burks than me, but is there anyone there's not really anyone that correlates, honestly.
Did Jalen go?
Jalen did go. Roman Wilson is a bring back.
Yeah, let's do Wilson if he's available. This is another guy that I've been buying the dip on because like he was going crazy high, had an ankle sprain. His ankle sprain is like before all these other guys. So I think he's going to be fine. Obviously the Ayuk stuff is a little bit concerning, but let's draft on this guy's upside.
Well, or we could take, if we really want to do the Juwan Jennings, we could take Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, and then we had put him in the queue.
That's three 49ers.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Roman Wilson, Bo Melton, Traylon. I mean, we got it, Dave. We got to take Traylon Burks, right?
Okay.
We got it. Come on, you're coming on the show. We're not going to take Traylon Burks. I mean, we had to do it.
But I don't hate the Juwan Jennings thing because you're telling a story, right? So let's say that they make a trade and don't really get anything back in return. I don't know how to interpret this super chat. We need a DQ Blizzy player take. Even if you turn it upside down, it still holds up and satisfies. So a guy who could be injured, a guy who could be traded, a guy who could be benched, but it still is gonna hold up. Yeah, let me look.
You think on that while I recap the team. This is our team. Christian McCaffrey from the 2-hole, Malik Neighbors and DJ Moore. We took Patrick Mahomes at 47, stacked him with Hollywood Brown at 50, JSN at 71, Keon Coleman at 74, Bowers, then Pollard, Corum, and Dowdle as our running back room. Added Demario Douglas and Ricky Pearsall, Noah Fant with Geno Smith and JSN. Isaiah Likely is our Week 10 bye cover. Deneric Prince with Mahomes and Traylon Burks as our final pick.
Yeah. All right. I think Justin Jefferson is the DK Blizzy player take.
Wow, Dave, we are really agreeing on things this year. I love Justin Jefferson, of course.
And I get it. There's like uncertainty at quarterback. I just don't think it matters. Whatever happens with Jordan Addison doesn't matter. So it can get flipped on its head however many ways. It doesn't matter. And he still has the upside. So.
Well, I did a podcast with Arif Hassan yesterday, and he said first, that Darnold is looking really good in camp, like way better than anyone would have expected. And secondly, that they are working on reconfiguring JJ McCarthy's throwing motion, and that he is not going to play for a while. That week seven is too early to expect him.
Yeah. Yeah, there is, I mean, there's all sorts of uncertainty there. I think they're going to have a decent team that better than last year, but it's not going to matter with Jefferson. He's just going to ball out.
Yeah, I mean, his results without Kirk Cousins are way better than you think, right? I mean, he doesn't need Kirk Cousins. Why would the best wide receiver in the NFL need Kirk? Like, Kirk Cousins obviously helps, but it's not like he needs him.
But how much really is Sam Darnold than Kirk Cousins?
I mean, Kirk Cousins is a lot better.
Yeah, whatever. They're both going to get the ball to Justin Jefferson.
This is I actually don't know. I actually don't know the answer to this question. So let me share this tab. All right, this is Justin Jefferson without Kirk Cousins. 6 games, average roughly the same amount of receptions, same amount of targets, actually 5 less yards per game. Really just a little bit difference in touchdowns. Like it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and just think of his quarterbacks. Bro. Think about his quarterbacks last year. Also had the injury, came back later, but his quarterbacks last year were.
I mean, look at his games. This is what he did with Nick Mullins.
Right.
Last year, I mean, that's actually crazy. Last year with Nick Mullins, he averaged 18 point. No, he averaged more. He averaged 18.8 points with Nick Mullins as his quarterback. Come on, bro. Why would you need to be worried? So, Dave, what is your thinking for moving the Swolecast to Tuesday? What's the thought?
The thought is it's going to be first look year. We're a first look show, even more first look. And it also we all have grown up, have families now. We're in different stages. Tuttle has 8, so he's in all the stages. I've got kids. And Pete now has a little one. You're married. And so we all grew up, and we want to allow for a work-life balance. It's big in the Swolecast culture. So we want to allow that for Pete also on Wednesdays. So it works out. Also,
so it was Pete's idea. Pete
already said that.
Oh, okay.
I already said that. Yeah.
What if we do 2 shows per week? That's what
I was about to say. It opens us up to a potential late week show. First look, and
like imagine a Tuesday Swolecast and a Friday because we used to do it on Fridays.
Yeah, Friday afternoons too.
Dave, we should do a Swolecast listener league.
I do want to do
not on FanDuel.
I know. I do want to do a few Swolecast theme leagues, because
what if we do the
vibes on the Swolecast stuff? Like, I'm just gonna be honest. The vibes in the Swolecast show are unlike any other live stream out there.
That is true.
You've even got some trolls in this chat. Like I've seen, like, just guys that are trolls, and there's nothing wrong with trolls.
Every stream's gonna have controls. There's nothing you can do.
Yes, the vibes in this chat will keep on getting better and better and better, because people love you, and they are going to flood the comments with just good vibes. And that's what we have with Swolecast, where they want
two Swolecast would be pretty incredible.
They want to be in the show with us. So
I will tell you right now, Dave, I will do whatever I need to do. I will commit to 2 Swolecasts. Whatever you got to do, I will make it. Speaking of the Swolecast, frequent guest of the Swolecast, one of my greatest friends. I've known you guys for about the same amount of time, actually.
Yeah, back when you were the Fantasy Wonderkind.
The
sports
sports
wonderkin.
wonderkin, man. People forget. They really do.
You see him?
You see him, bro? You see him? He's
Writing articles.
How about that, man? He's retired now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, writing articles about Marquez Wilson, who won Dink $1 million off Marcus Wilson. You were right. You were vindicated.
I was right, and I'll never be wrong about it. That is 100% true.
Yeah. Because then I remember it wasn't Thielen. Who was it before Thielen? It might have been Thielen. Thielen's so old. We were trying to figure out this. It might have been Adam Thielen. Yeah. So he was like a no-namer, and we were looking up his player profiler comp, and it was Marquez Wilson at the time. And Drew was he was just hating on him so bad. And then when we looked him up during his show, and it was literally the guy that he had sent like a fruit basket to after he won $1 million.
That's such a brag, honestly. That's such a brag to be able to send a fruit basket to someone who helped you win $1 million. What did Karain do for Eckler, man? What did Karain do for Eckler?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Karain should have got to replace Harmon on the podcast that Eckler was on. That's should have been in the bylaws.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. At least he should have been able to appear once. All right, Dave, let's get you out of here so that
I got to get back to work.
You got to get, everyone knows you're very busy. You're working very hard.
Yes. But I do want to plug the Swolecast. Weekdays coming soon. Weekdays now on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. First look show during the season has got even more first look year. We're going Tuesdays, noon Eastern. Should be an easy time to remember. Should be we're setting the market basically. Ownership percentages, they come from this show now.
They come from us. They come from us, people are saying.
We're moving the needle. And then also, we've got season long on Fantasy Labs now. Our buddy Chris Raybon, Sean Kerner, they're rankings gurus, and they win all sorts of awards. And so we said, let's put them on Fantasy Labs and give them draft kits and everything else. So that's available for purchase on fantasylabs.com. And I think that's it.
All right. Beautiful.
All right. Dave, love you both. We'll see you later.
I appreciate
it. All right,
you.
brother.
Later, man. All right, man. How's it going? How's the off season treating you?
Hey, man, what off season now? I mean, we're 3 weeks away. Everyone's playing this weekend. It's wild. Ray was asking when I was going to schedule my first draft chat with the subscribers, and because we started doing 3 weeks out, and he said next week and put the date in, and I didn't really think about it, and I was like, oh wow, that's already now. It's now.
It's now, man.
3 weeks away, so it's crazy.
It's all happening. Yeah. I did a fast main last night, and I am done with my first
What pick did
slow
you
main. We had pick 8. We
Terrible.
started with St. Brown and Laporta.
Okay, that's good. 9 is actually probably the worst spot out of 12. 9 and 12 are gross. 9 through 12, I guess.
So normally, yes. And what did we get in this one? Of course, we got 10. So normally that's true. But in our first slow main, we got Justin Jefferson at 9. The room was afraid, and if the room is going to be afraid, I mean, I'm absolutely happy to give that to them. So it's just about what the room gives you, and I'm going to take Justin Jefferson at 9.
Yeah, I guess if you're in you're predicated on the room, what the room is going to kind of push down the board. But typically in my drafts, 9 through 12 suck. Because you get that firewall, right? That the top 3 running backs are gone, and then the wide receiver tier takes a jump. I guess, AJ Brown is usually there. So I would say post AJ Brown's maybe 10, 11, 12 generally is probably the worst, especially now with Puka being hurt.
You sweating the Puka injury?
Not really, but you have to at least acknowledge this is a guy that was he plays a battering ram style of wide receiver anyways, and in college he had a plethora of injuries.
He got injured every year in college.
And even last year, there was a lot of times you're just like, because like I said, he plays the position rugged, dude. Like he's a rugged player. Like he plays over the middle. He plays bully ball, man. That's why people were trying to comp him to Debo and stuff last year, even though he doesn't do the rushing stuff. He did it a little bit in college, but you have to be a little bit. I had Garrett Wilson ahead of him anyways before, so it's kind of okay. But yeah,
you had Garrett Wilson ahead of Puka.
I did, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, when you look at the splits with Puka and Kupp played together, he profiles more as like a higher end wide receiver too. And I think that was what we saw a lot of the volatility week to week, even though he had spike weeks. Obviously, I'm still pricing in, what Rodgers could potentially do for Garrett Wilson. There's still some floor there too. Like Rodgers is 41 coming off of, the Achilles. It wasn't his plant foot, at least, like Kirk Cousins, but still, right. Like we're counting on a 41-year-old quarterback. Like we're in uncharted territory outside of the GOAT Tom Brady, like I do think that Rodgers is as spiteful though to be good this year. I think he's got so much internal spite that he will play well.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. All right. AJ Brown does go. So you want to do Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, sure. I do think that Garrett Wilson makes sense too, because you have the option you used to be able to potentially get Kupp in round 3, but Kyron Williams too is like that bring back for the playoffs. For sure. Lines up well.
I got no issue there because also Puka has started to fall in these drafts. Puka, mm-hmm. you could some. I mean,
I would have no problem like just doing Puka back if he doesn't. Oh, he went. All right,
yeah, he went right away. But I've seen it multiple times where he's fallen back around here in the second round. This one's also kind of wild. Bijan went at 4. Brees went at 5. We've got a no Badger drafting at 12. So this one could get kind of wild. All right. We're up. Whoever you want.
What are we looking? Who do you like more? Marv, London?
I like Marv more because I love taking Kyler.
All right. I'm cool with that.
We are going to get our first healthy season of Kyler Murray without Cliff Kingsbury involved at all. Throwing to Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, James Conner, Trey Benson, Greg Dortch. I think they could be. They're more expensive, so it's not 1-to-1. But I think they could be similar to the Texans' offense from last year, where the market was kind of middling on them, and then they just come in and smash. Like the Cardinals could score the 4th most points in the NFL.
And their defense is terrible. They have the worst pass rush in the NFL. They already lost their best pass rusher probably for the season. They play very passive under Jonathan Gannon because that's Jonathan Gannon's style. Like they don't really blitz. They play a ton of zone coverage. So I mean, they should be forced to score a lot of points this season.
I mean, that is absolutely music to my ears, man. It's just one of my deeply held beliefs. Yeah, you see this Cooper Kupp at 20 now.
That's happy. Yeah, I mean, he's like firmly a second rounder now. Since that news. Where did Debo go? Did Debo go yet? Yeah, he went at the 1-2 turns. Like that's already priced in.
That's happening now. You could argue in a tournament where all the money is in 1 week and you want a guy who can score 40, he maybe should have been going there anyway. Reeves, I feel very vindicated in my Debo over Ayuk stance.
I was too. I mean, the unfortunate part is I've also been above board on George Pickens, and he's going to get nuked. He's going to get process.
Yeah.
Man. You give one away, you lose one. That's the fantasy. It's just a cruel mistress, man.
Yeah, I've already moved that in my rankings. I've moved Pickens down and I've moved Ayuk down, just assuming that it happens.
Yeah, in this pocket, you kind of got to have to kind of account for it, happening at this point. Pretty Ricky. I don't think it's gonna be wrong on this one. It's not looking like it.
No, it's not. What about the field stuff? I mean, you hearing anything to indicate that the party line that Russ is for sure starting week 1 is wrong?
I've always been in the assumption that both guys are going to play anyways. I don't think either guy is good enough to hold that job for 17 weeks. So I've always been operating under the assumption that both guys will play.
I mean so that's 100% true to me. The thing that I hope is just that Fields is starting when it counts, because I've been taking him in these, so I just hope that he's starting 15, 16.
I mean, I think you were drawing live for starts regardless. It's just if you get that week one, then you've got massive value already from a guy that was going QB 27 or whatever.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, Ayuk went all the way to 31. I think that is the latest that I've seen him go. I mean, that's pretty crazy. But probably right? It's actually probably representative of reality, because if he is a Steeler, you are not going to want him in the 3rd round.
I mean, I would rather have DJ Moore than him, though. If Ayuk's a Steeler.
I'm huge on DJ Moore.
I don't think it's a question.
Yeah, I'm big on Caleb. I'm big on. I mean, I will.
The Bears have our easiest projected passing schedule this year. They're favored in a ton of games. I mean, the demise of DJ Brown is probably overstated.
For sure. We are up. What do you want to do here?
What are we looking at? Of course, we brought up DJ Moore, and he went one pick before us.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
We have, if you want to do a Josh Allen team, we could do that and try to get weird, because you got we could correlate with.
I've got like no Josh Allen. I've got less than 3% of him, so I dig it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Try to do like a Garrett Wilson, Josh Allen thing. We could come back with like either Shakir, Samuel, or Coleman, depending on the board falls. We could potentially force Kincaid. No, he's gone, right? No, Kincaid's still there.
No,
we could potentially force Kincaid.
Kincaid, average pick of 51. We pick at 58 in the 5th round. So, I mean,
that won't happen, but we don't have to force him here either. I was just throwing out ideas to get kind of weird.
We actually got him. Liam and I took Kincaid at 58 in the 2nd draft, or the 1st draft this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it just depends. I mean,
it really just depends. Mahomes and Pacheco go at the turn here, so that's a little bit strange.
Yeah, because this is a bummer. This is a spot where I was drafting Pickens early, and now I'm like scared.
Tank, Flowers, Cooper, Pickens, Hurts, I guess not Hurts. Probably Tank, right?
Yeah, I would say Tank or Flowers. Yeah, that's a bummer, because that was a spot where like Pickens, for my project, looked like a home run, and it's getting the rug's getting pulled on us.
Yeah, I don't love that Tank Dell pick there. I think
like it. I think it's fine here. I think in redraft, when you're looking at that spot, that you're a little more hesitant. And we kind of talked about the 1-2 turn. You're a little softer in best ball than you are in redraft, because you don't mind taking a guy like Gibbs in a best ball league, because you're going to get those spike weeks, especially because when those guys split, him and David Montgomery, they were both touchdown driven, and they both were really bad when they didn't score touchdowns because of the split. They didn't have enough volume to overcome the lack of touchdowns. But in a redraft league, like, Gibbs is a lot harder pick at the 1-2 turn because of that.
I just don't think he's a very good 1-2 turn pick, kind of regardless. What's the difference? My truth serum take might be I might rather have A-Chain straight up. Really?
I mean, there's not one player I think that's harder to make, like harder to dissect than A-Chain, because the FOMO of if he hits is so strong, but everything objectively just screams that he's a bad pick. Like where he's at, it's so crazy, the parallels. Like, because I'm like, everything says to avoid him. Like this dude should have scored 4 touchdowns last year based on expectations. He was hurt like 4 different times, and he's undersized, right? But what if he's Jamal Charles? Like,
I think Jamal Charles might even be too much of a projection. What if he's just Chris Johnson?
Well, I mean, that's even better, right? Like,
well, Chris Johnson, but with 202 rushes instead of 305 rushes.
It's crazy too. You look at the Dolphins; they're 2 years under Mike McDaniel, and some of the samples without Tua, but like they have been a team that's just like absolutely decimated non-playoff teams and powder puff opponents. Like when they have a soft matchup, like the Dolphins score 40, and then when they play any team that's like moderately decent,
good,
they're like terrible. They're like everything plummets. Tua's thrown more than 2 passing touchdowns against one team that's made the playoffs the past 2 years. Like like the offense just falls apart when they run into resistance.
This draft is nuts. We have a team at 4 that went Bijan, A-Chain, Henry, Flowers. We have a team at 8 that went St. Brown, Laporta, Kelsey, Lamar.
That happened last time we were in a draft together. Remember, someone went Lion stack. They took Gibbs, Amon-Ra, Laporta at their first 3 picks.
They blew it, and they absolutely blew it. So not ideal. But Kincaid is still on the board right now, which
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Cross our fingers.
I
there.
assume
mean,
someone from this draft is in this chat. I just assume every one of these that I admit, like someone's hanging out.
B Spurf at the turn definitely is picking at 1. I don't recognize a ton of these other names, so maybe we randomly got lucky.
Yeah, you're seeing Rashi climb, and as we get closer to the year, we talked about that. I think one of the first drafts you and I did, we took Rice and talked about just in August, he was probably going to, climb as we got closer with no suspension and no news.
All right, there Kincaid goes, obviously. Where would
I think that's
go?
a situation where you have to force it. If
sure.
you're just going to get weird and try to force a double or force something.
A-Chain, without the Broncos game, he still goes really high. He was very good in the Broncos, but he was also good in the other games. He had multiple other total smashes. He would be more like a 4th round pick instead of a 2nd round pick, though. That's fair.
I mean, like I said, I don't really draft it, and I'm absolutely terrified of it. I'm absolutely scared about it. There are other guys that I don't draft a lot, like Tank Dell, mind you, he's another guy that massively outkicked his opportunity last year. In a best ball league, you take it as it goes, but in a regular redraft league, I've had a hard time taking him at his ADP because you're locked in at playing him every week.
I hate these after pick 33. I just hate picking in the 3rd, 4th round, that turn spot. It's just it never has anything. Never has anything there for me. All right, we are about up. We got 2 picks. Cook went. I was going to say Cook is a pretty good, honestly. I think a decent pairing with Allen. We got Allen, Wilson, Harrison, Tank Dell.
Yeah, I mean, this spot is still typically a spot where I typically will look at, potentially a tight end, the Kittle Pitts area. You start looking at your Chiefs wide receivers, where are those guys going?
Pitts goes. We got Keenan, Richardson, Ridley, Reed, Godwin, Worthy, Kittle.
Wide receiver wise, I'd be the highest on Godwin out of those guys. I have no problem with Kittle. I still think the market is way too light on Rachaad White. I get it. He's no one's favorite player, but he literally checks every objective box for a guy that is undervalued. Rookie contract running back, doesn't really have high competition. The team is due scoring regression to the mean in terms of rushing touchdowns. And because if Bucky Irving's going to get carries, they're not going to be at the goal line. He's not going to have that role. He still is a good pass catcher. No problem with him. Kenneth Walker is fine best ball player, because he's completely touchdown dependent, can score touchdowns from a distance. He's cool. That group of running backs is kind of interesting.
Godwin or Walker here.
I would be Godwin, and then we can just go crazy probably on wide receiver or running back. That is.
All right, 6 rounds: Wilson, Harrison, Josh Allen, Dell, Kittle, Godwin. You know what? We actually probably should have taken a running back there because
it's fine.
We're just going to be hoping to get at least one of Allen's receivers coming back around, and maybe both of them. So I should have thought.
Do you have a Bills preference? Have you?
Yeah, I've got Keenan and Samuel ranked literally back to back, 80 and 81. I think I've got Keon 1, Samuel 2. And I'm not a Shakir guy. I mean, it seems like the beat writers are more into Shakir than I am. I don't. It's just Shakir has just been replaced every year in Buffalo by someone. I don't know. Maybe he's wrong about that.
I'm into Shakir just from the prospect profile. He was a really strong prospect.
He was a really strong prospect.
And he's done nothing but be efficient on opportunities, which kind of piggybacks off of all right, he's done it. That reconfirms my priors, right? So with a more nebulous opportunity, maybe he's the guy. He usually goes 3rd, 2 out of the guys, which makes it easier to have more exposure to him than Samuel and Coleman. Samuel, I'm into in best ball, but not very into in redraft because his floor matters, I think, more in best ball than it does redraft, where we want to chase more ceiling in redraft. So I think I'm probably, when we get to our August drafts and we're drafting with friends and stuff, I won't be taking Samuel, but here I think he's fine because we don't want to have a team that's littered with zeros in best ball.
I mean, I really only take Samuel when I'm way behind at wide receiver or with Josh Allen. I don't do a ton of him just like ahead of ADP, just like jamming him in. I'm trying to take a little bit more Shakir because I'm worried I might be wrong. Like that's a spot where it wouldn't be very fun to be wrong. Like if Shakir is Josh Allen's number 1 wide receiver and he's going at pick 55 and he out targets Kincaid, then you're like, shit, you're all right. You're not having a very good time if you get that one wrong. I also controversially, Reeves, I'm buying back into JSN. I was like way below the market on him and I've just reconfigured it. I think it might be happening. It might be happening for him. All the grub stuff in Seattle sounds very
I don't know
positive.
if it's happening, but I mean, if you're gonna bet on a year 2 player with high draft capital, I have no problem with it. That's like the objective argument is those guys have typically been undervalued.
Well, it's just the Seattle vibes are very high. Like it all seems. Oh man, Samuel and Coleman go in the 70s ahead of ADP.
Well, remember that we've already done a part of our drafting is also pushed wide receivers here, but
true. Reeves, what are your thoughts on Trey Tucker? I kind of like him.
I mean, he's been one of my go-to. I said my round 18 go-to has been those year 2 home run hitters, the Jalen Hyatts, the Trey Tuckers, and the A.T. Perrys of the world. Like those guys that can catch you out a 40-yard touchdown, right? Those have kind of been the guys that I glom onto. And, if you're drafting, because the Saints have a lot of undervalued guys for me. And so you get that correlation, like as a round 18 pick, if you're doing your playoff stuff where you can, pair Trey Tucker with an Olave or a Shaheed.
I'm actually wrong. Samuel is still there. Do you want to do him or do you want to do a running back and hope he's still there?
Oh, yeah, good running. We still have solid running back. So I would say we probably double tap running back, maybe running Shakir or something coming back. I have no problem with Samuel, though. If let's take Connor or Aaron Jones. You can be the decider of which old you want to grab.
I'm gonna do Connor because we have Harrison. I mean, this is what the draft rooms have done to me this year. I mean, I like the olds now because an old running, it used to be, Reeves, and we started doing this. James Conner would have been a 3rd round pick, 2nd round pick, based on last year's stats. And now you can get him in the 7th round, the 8th round. It's crazy. All right. Aaron Jones goes. So it's Samuel, Zamir White, Swift, Brooks, Mostert, Moss, Pollard, Chase Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I think a dude's double tap running back here, right? Like there's just solid options, like guys that they're on the board here. Do we do Swift?
Yeah,
he's not my favorite dude, but I think he's objectively like one of the better players. We could do Brooks if you want to. But this team probably needs a little more front end running back production.
Honestly, I think Brooks might be one of the examples of hopium. In fact, it's like maybe a timeshare running back on a bad team, like one of the worst teams in the NFL. I don't know. And he was a good prospect, but he wasn't a great prospect. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe you think he was a great prospect. I think he was all right.
The chat is wrong on A.T. Perry scoring touchdowns, though. Like all this dude's done, every reception he's ever had in college or the NFL has been a touchdown.
Yes, correct. It's just that Dennis Allen hates him, but
he does. But he hates all young guys.
He hates everyone. Running back, wide receivers, team stacks. It's like every teammate positively correlates with their teammate on a season long level to some degree. Like depending, I mean, on a game level, maybe you don't 100% want Marvin Harrison and James Conner together because they probably can't both score 35 in a game, but they do positively correlate, especially on the season long level. Like if Marvin Harrison,
I think that the playoffs this year have to be think of a little bit differently in terms of how you stack this year because of the payout structure. So I've pitched this idea around, and listen, I'm not a best ball bro. I'm not ones getting into the weeds of this adds 4% more to your outcome or versus 6%, right? But you have to think about it we want to win week 16 this year to guarantee money. But what if you also need to win week 17 and it's a combination where 1 week it's Drake London gets you the points and then the next week it's Kyle Pitts, right? or it's Bijan Robinson versus Drake London, right? Like, so I think that you have to think about the correlation a little bit differently this year than in years past, because we want to focus on like multi-week stuff. So it might be a week where you need one of the guys one week and then the other one another week.
No, I mean, you almost would even prefer it that way, because you don't want there to be a commonly drafted combo that is so obvious, and you are also relying on that being your points in week 17. Like, if, let's say, for example, McBride and Kyler are like the number one scoring combo of quarterback tight end, and they crush in week 15 and they crush in week 16, you're going to get to the final and it's going to be like 40% of the 550 teams are going to have Kyler and McBride on it, which is like, sure, you got to the final and you made your money back, but it also means that Kyler and McBride smashing doesn't do a ton for you in terms of helping you win first overall. Right. It's you kind of, there's definitely value in having guys who are lower owned for whatever reason, and teammate stacks can help you accomplish that. Like if you have Connor, Harrison, Kyler, the team, I don't know who they play in week 16, but let's say they win 21-7, and it's mostly, and Connor scores twice, and a lot of it's rushing, then Kyler and Harrison aren't going to have big advance rates to the final, but Connor can help you get there. Type beat. All right.
I think, like I said, I just been doing it a little more differently this year because of that. Just trying to mix in some unique stacks that way.
Yeah, I think we should probably take Shakir with this next pick, because there are 5 running backs that I still like here.
Yeah, that's all good with me as long as he makes it. Where are we at here? We see a lot of green coming off the board.
A lot of green left on the board. Yeah, we got Pollard, Robinson, Spears, Benson. I mean, Pollard and Robinson are definitely the last of the tier there.
I mean, all those guys I think are solid picks. Actually, those guys all look good for this roster. You can even throw Gus Bus as touchdowns.
For sure. I think we got to take Shakir.
Yeah,
I
easy.
don't want to have naked Josh. And then I hope that we get one of the Tennessee guys coming back. We'll see. Where are you at on the Chase Brown Moss stuff? Were you chasing your tail there? You know how you feel. What do you think about those guys?
I mean, I feel pretty similarly. I think that they probably kind of cannibalize each other a little bit. Obviously depending your team roster build, I think is how you're playing both guys, right? If you're more of an anchor 0 RB team, you're probably going to just shoot for the moon, right? On the Chase Brown, like upside angle. If you're more balanced, or you kind of have like like this roster that we're building probably would have been a better Zach Moss team, just because we've got like a lot of ham and eggers already. Like we've already started with like 2 ham and eggers, in Connor and Swift. Guys that are like, even when they hit, they don't hit for like real spike weeks.
Spikes, yeah.
So yeah, you throw a lot of those guys at the board, and you mix those in, and you kind of take who gets the touchdowns that week. Where Chase Brown's probably going to have a lot of weeks where he scores a long touchdown, does some stuff with his opportunities, and has probably a lot of weeks where he does kind of not very much.
Six carries for 12 yards, 2 receptions for 9 yards type stuff. All right. Spears, Benson.
Oh, I'm Spears all the way.
Yeah, Spears for sure. All right, there we go. That 2v2. I mean, I would definitely rather have Pollard than Spears, but I definitely think getting one of them was pretty key there. I mean, don't love our running backs. This is probably a 6 running back team. We only have to take 2.
See, I'm fine with it in this format. I think our running backs are sometimes better than what we could end up with from the back third, because in the back third, you're almost always double tapping wide receiver anyways to open. And we did a onesie in round 3. So we've, forego running backs, usually foregoing running back for 3 to 4 rounds anyways. Sometimes you would be able to get like guys like Mixon or ETN to come back to you. And that's kind of gone and dried up as more casual drafters have entered. Running backs have climbed in ADP, which you always have that final month of the year. Quarterbacks and running backs have a climb usually when the general population starts jumping in these.
For sure. Which, I like the elite quarterbacks. I mean, I don't like them. I don't love it at Mahomes at 37 or whatever. But I do like, Mahomes in the 4th, one of the Chiefs wide receivers in the 5th, Lamar and Andrews, Hurts and Devonta, Hurts and AJ Brown Allen and Kincaid, man. Yeah, the Chiefs mega stack is you really can't do anymore. You can't really get round 4 Kelsey, round 5 Mahomes, round 6 Chiefs wide receiver. Those days are behind us, and it's a real bummer because I probably would have just drafted like a million combos of that team and called it a day.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be fun this year. Push the ball downfield a little bit, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Man, I really hope so because it was not.
But one of those Chiefs pass catchers is going to smash. Like, there's no way that it's not going to happen. Now, you try to get a Chiefs pass catcher just about in every draft. I mean, they're even when they were bad or down last year, and it was kind of wishy-washy because Mahomes' high touchdown rate the year before kind of masked some inefficiency that they had. Like some of the issues that really bled into last year showed itself the year before, but he threw so many touchdowns it didn't matter. But now it looks like they're going to push the ball downfield more than they did the past 2 years.
I really hope so. I mean, I hope that's true across the NFL. I hope the Bengals are pushing it. I hope the
Bengals. Listen, I'm still not stocking Zach Taylor.
You're not. You're not buying in. You're not buying in.
That's the biggest hangup, right? Is Zach Taylor feels like the one guy from that coaching tree that just feels like he doesn't get it, man.
He married Mike Sherman's daughter, man. Let's see. You want to set yourself up for life. You marry into the cabal, dude.
But I mean, one of those guys, and Rice is obvious because so much was priced in for. Everyone thought he was going to get suspended like 4 months ago, and now it's like, oh, will he get suspended? So he's started to climb. But one of Worthy or Hollywood, I still think is going to be really good. And listen, Mahomes and Kelsey have both been talking up Hollywood.
Fuck, Rico went. That was who I wanted. All right, we have a 1-3-5-1.
You do love some Rico Dowdle, don't you?
Well, I hate Zeke. Really, is more what it is. What do you want to do here?
We still have no tight end, right?
No, we have Kittle.
Oh, that's right. We do have Kittle. Sweet.
We can take Freiermuth. We can take Mooney. We're about to take Mooney. We're about to snap Mooney way ahead of ADP. I was not thinking.
The star system. You star systemed us.
I did. Well, it gives us
Mooney 3 rounds from now.
We could have gotten. Well, no, he's a huge riser because of the Rondale thing.
Imagine having a Rondale Moore injury boost your stonks.
All right, we should take a running back. We should take a running back.
I think Eckler is the best player out of the ones available that you're showing.
Dude, we just set up the Mooney Eckler combo.
You did. You forced your hand into that.
That was really bad. That was really, really bad of me. But sometimes, and then Kirk Cousins' snap goes ahead of ADP as well to the Kyle Pitts drafter, so we don't even have the backdoor quarterback open. I am trying to get some more Mooney. Not at that price. That was terrible of me. Absolutely no one should replicate what I just did. That was one of the worst picks I've ever made on stream. But I am trying to get some more Mooney because I need to balance out the fact that I do have a bunch of completely dead Rondale teams. And Allen and Cousins have the same week 12 bye week anyway. So that was good. Thank you. Thanks the drafter after us for taking him.
Let's see who else isn't off there. Yeah, we're in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, if Darnell Mooney can be,
Darnell Mooney's not going to give us anything, but I think the fact for us starting as not taking a running back until round 7 and still getting Connor, Swift, Tajay Spears, and Eckler, like I've got worse running back groups out there.
Yeah, definitely. If we would have gotten, I would feel a lot better if I would have just taken Rico Dowdle there. Yeah, I did once get really tilted at a room with Jaden Daniels and just took Luke McCaffrey in round 14, like one of the first streams. I was just like, I didn't know what I was doing, and I clicked Luke McCaffrey. Although LMC, he's pretty live, man, in my opinion. I think he's
good. He's a
live.
hashtag good at the game guy.
Yep. Yeah, that was fear-based drafting. You're right, Rusty. That was 100% fear-based drafting. All right, what are we thinking with our next pick? We got to start thinking about what we want to do with our second quarterback. We've got Levis and Spears live. We've got Rodgers. Oh no, we don't have Rodgers and Wilson live because they're both
Baker's live, right?
Baker's live. Yeah, I would have liked to have gotten Purdy on this team actually, but Quarterbacks
Did we bypass Purdy
are
for
going
anything?
quick.
Spears. So we would have had to take in Purdy at the Shakir Spears pick.
Yeah, which I don't think would have been good. I think that would have been bad. This could be a Knicks team. This could be a backdoor Mims Knicks team. I don't know. I don't know where you're at on that. I kind of have a sneaking suspicion that Bo Nix is going to be kind of decent, like for both for the Broncos and for fantasy.
Well, I'm glad you do. Oh, we can still get Rodgers too. Oh, he's bye week 12 too, right?
By week 12. By week 12.
I said we could have done Garrett Wilson Rodgers, but yeah, we cannot.
We can do Leggett, which correlates with Godwin and sets us up to take either of those quarterbacks.
That dude's not going to play much this year. Thielen will still play more than him.
We could do Jaleel to set up with Knicks. We could do Adam Thielen to set up with those guys. We could do Ray Davis with Josh.
I'm McLaughlin or Ray Davis.
All right, let's do Jaleel because that gives us a quarterback out. And we could take, if Ray Davis is still there, we can take him coming back around. Reeves, are you drafting Johnny Wilson?
No.
I'm taking a little bit of Johnny Wilson.
Even with Kellen Moore coming over, like the fact Jalen Hurts like isn't going to throw like more than 550 passes. Like that just it's not an offense that's like that archetype of quarterback. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, but
can I sell you on Justin Fields here?
Right here?
Dude, this is about where he's going, bro. All right, let's do Ray Davis. This is the new reality is that Justin Fields, you can't fight the slappies. And once the slappies get an idea in their head, they chase it. And I can say that because I'm a proud member of Slappy Nation. And
listen, I'm a little too pragmatic to.
Yeah,
because I already don't even. Because I think even if he starts week 1, he's not going to finish the year as a starter.
So I think that too. I think that actually the worst thing for him starting in week 17 would be him starting in week 1.
Yes. Yeah, I'd agree. And has anyone looked at the Steelers' back half schedule? Like, it is an absolute nightmare. I actually think this will be the first time that the Tomlin stuff comes to an end. The Tomlin 500 streak, I think, is actually going to come to an end.
You think this year?
I do.
You know,
their back half schedule is an absolute nightmare. I don't see how either one of these quarterbacks fits the current NFL, like how the defensive meta is, or Arthur Smith's system. Arthur Smith's system wants to throw the ball. They want to play a lot of play action. They want to throw the ball over the middle of the field, over linebackers, and like neither one of these quarterbacks do that well at all. I think this team in the back half of the year is really set up to struggle.
What I'm presupposing is that doesn't account for the magic, the magic dust that Tom. I mean, bro, they turned Lamar Jackson into like Nathan Peterman in the second half of that game. Do you remember that game? The week 5 or week 6, the Steelers-Ravens game last year? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what sauce they sprinkle over their opponents.
It's something, man.
I mean,
you in that dogfight, man, where they try to have
Ben Roethlisberger was like non-ambulatory the last year with them, and they made the playoffs. You know, like the dude like could not move. They waste a first-round pick on Najee Harris. It just doesn't even matter, dude. I don't know. Like don't get me wrong.
But they're like the past 3 years, they're number 1 in the NFL in like one score win rate. Like that stuff always evens out like in the long run. So after their bye, they play the Commanders. That's fine, whatever. But then win. Ravens, Browns, Bengals, Browns, Eagles, Ravens, Chiefs, Bengals to close. Like no team has a worse like final 8 games than the Steelers do.
Man. Yeah. So I guess you're hoping.
Tomlin's not going anywhere. Tomlin's fine. Like Tomlin's a proven good NFL head coach. I think he does some things game theory wise that I think he's gotten away with that aren't sharp. But like he's a proven like motivator, right? Like he's on the Dan Campbell spectrum.
Yeah, and when they have really bad coordinators, like when Matt Canada was the coordinator, it really drags the team down. The thing is Van Jefferson is not their wide receiver 2. Brandon Ayuk is their wide receiver 2. So
well, George Pickens will be their wide receiver.
George Pickens. Well, My truth serum take, I think Pickens has so much dog that it won't happen. But I don't know. I've been a Pickens guy since he was 18 years old, and I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that's the
now.
weird thing about the Pickens hate is everyone's like, he's just new Gabe Davis. I'm like, this dude was a bona fide collegiate prospect. He played awesome in like every big college game he ever played in, and he's been good his 2 years in the NFL. Like, why would we have reason to think he
All right,
actually
we're gonna get Justin Fields with this pick anyway. I know you don't want to do it, but we're gonna do it. Who do the Steelers play in week 12?
Week 12?
Yeah.
The Browns on the road.
Fuck.
Absolutely smoked.
All right.
We saw him play on the road in Cleveland last year. It went pretty well.
All right, we're gonna take Troy Franklin and set up Knicks then.
No, we're not taking Troy Franklin. That dude's he's a zero.
It's too late. I already did it. I had no other plan. I mean, this is what wide receiver is now. These are your wide receivers when you get to this round. Quentin Johnston.
I was gonna take in Dortch, dude.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Dortch is a way better pick than Troy Franklin is.
I mean, Dortch should be a 9th round pick, but that's
Troy Franklin is a day 3 wide receiver pick that's like 5th on the depth chart. Like those, like granted in Dynasty you might catch an out, but like he's not going to play much this year. There's just no way.
Who did the Steelers play in week 9? Maybe the better question. Yeah, their field.
Nobody.
Oh yeah, they're on bye. All right, yeah, let's take Dortch, and we are just gonna have to figure it out with our final 2 picks at tight end and at quarterback.
Well, who's available at tight end now? Conklin's gone?
Conklin's gone. Chig, Sinnott, Juwan, week 12 bye, so we can't take Carr. Kraft, Theo Johnson, Jatavian Sanders, likely.
No, yeah, he's not going to play. We could do, we could throw a Dawson Knox start since we didn't get Kincaid.
We could do, let's take Dortch and we could do Knox at the end.
Fun fact, Dawson Knox had more red zone and end zone targets than Dalton Kincaid last year.
Not a very fun fact. Yeah, but this was great. You just accidentally did the Pete imitating me, telling me to take Greg Dortch. I mean, look, anytime someone on the program wants me to take Greg Dortch, I'm gonna allow it.
I mean, listen, that was fully in context of him hitting the Troy Franklin button. So
it's just like, what, I don't know. I really don't know what to do in this spot. I to be honest, I very rarely take Josh Allen. So I never really end up in this spot on this side of the board without a parachute at quarterback. Levis would have been an option. I mean, we are probably taking Bo Nix. It's probably going to happen. This is a good question. I actually wouldn't even begin to know your answer to this. Do you think Kincaid is actually good?
I have questions about him as coming in the league as a prospect. I had him below Laporta in that draft class. I had him below Michael Mayer, who's probably dead though too. So just take that for a grain of salt. But it's hard to find an iteration of this Buffalo Bills season where he doesn't get a lot of targets, right?
A lot of targets, yeah.
It's just really hard. And if he doesn't get a lot of targets, then that means someone crushes ADP. Like if Dalton Kincaid does not get a lot of targets this year, then wow, someone hit a home run on Shakir, Samuel, Coleman, Knox later. Like, so
could be a CMC James Cook season. Like he gets like 60 catches or something.
But what scares me the most, though, I think is kind of what I hinted upon is the one limitation is I think he's going to be a better PPR pick than he is probably a potential like smash pick because of the touchdown stuff, right? Like we know that Josh Allen's still going to do his Josh Allen shit in the red zone. Like that's why would you not? There's only a couple players like him and Jalen Hurts being kind of the other that you can use as like full Anthony Richardson now too, that you can use. It's like a full-on, like, make you play 11-on-11 football in the red zone. So, like, we know Josh Allen's going to have a lot of rushing equity near the goal line, which hampers, like, the passing stuff. And like I said, this is a team that, like, inherently wants to involve Dawson Knox in that area of the field because the one thing Dawson Knox has done over his career is be, like, a good touchdown producer and kind of convert those targets at a high rate. So, you've got kind of those pulling threads. I could see Kincaid having a year where he does the Evan Ingram thing from last year, where he has like 90 receptions, but like four to 6 touchdowns, right? And is that going to be enough at his ADP, especially in like this, to like win you a $2 million thing? Probably not. But will he brick you and PPR at like a draft spot? Probably not either. I see him very much on the Evan Ingram of last year outpost.
The continuum. Yeah. Ninth in the NFL in receptions, did not matter on underdog at all.
Yeah, I think he's interesting from a prop perspective. Like for his receptions and receiving yards might be a little bit on the lower end.
All right, we got to take one.
We have Bryce Young correlation still too. At least Bryce Young's going to play. Did we take a Saint receiver than this team? We didn't, right?
No, we didn't. We could take Sanders is gone. We got to take Nix or Young.
And we're taking Knox, right?
Yes.
And then a quarterback.
Oh, here, I'll take Knox first. And then we got to decide. So we got tight ends covered. So we need a quarterback to start in week 12 between Bo Nix, Bryce Young, Drake May, JJ McCarthy, Russell Wilson, Sam Darnold.
I'm literally just going to pick this guy on week 12. And I do not have the week 12.
The Broncos play at the Raiders. So they have a dome game.
Okay. Oh, the Panthers play the Chiefs.
The Panthers play the Chiefs. I would have liked Levis would have been good on this team. We have two Broncos. It's got to be Nix. It's got to be Nix.
Yeah, you already took Troy Franklin, so the
seeds
have been sowed.
That was really bad. I should not. Look at that dude. 9% Troy Franklin. That dude is a dead man walking.
How much was pre-draft though?
Actually, I didn't like him as a prospect. I had
like him as a prospect.
Yeah, I did not have very much. Yes, I mean, look, Tim Patrick is going to run more routes than Troy Franklin.
Well, Josh Reynolds and Cortland Sutton definitely are. And then you have Mims, the wild card,
See, I kind of think Mims is not a wild card. I think Mims is just going to play. Is that a hot take? Kind of feels like that's what's happening.
I mean, that's a team that's going to run a good amount of 2 tight end stuff because Peyton loves Troutman. Troutman's a terrible receiver. He just blocks. But Dulcich is going to be involved too. Like Dulcich, I think, is getting overlooked like that, especially where he goes now.
Yeah, we could have taken Dulcich there too.
Him and Okonkwo probably split the middle, right? Dulcich and Okonkwo were overdrafted based on what they did at the end of their rookie seasons last year because some of it wasn't sustainable. But now they're being underdrafted. Like we still don't want to fade guys that showed us as rookie tight ends. They were good players, like potentially good players. So especially when you're talking about guys that may not like even score any points at tight end, where like the Jelani Woodses of the world, Cade Ottens, like
yeah, Jared, not my finest moment right there. Snap picking Darnell Mooney because I thought maybe we might want to take Kirk Cousins, and snap picking Troy Franklin to give us a backdoor court. That was not great.
It did save us from Kirk Cousins though.
It did. Well, no, Kirk Cousins went 2 picks after. Like it did. I mean, I guess it saved us from a potential future mistake, but fuck, man. Not my best work, Reeves. The team's all right if you just ignore the secondary stack. Just ignore the Denver Broncos. Although I got to be honest with you, I think Nix is more live for what's like a good comp. Kind of like a Blake Bortles style season, but like more controlled. You know what I mean? Where it's like they can get the team up. Like I think it's unlikely that he's going to be Josh Rosen, where they're going to be. I mean, isn't he just going to throw a bunch of screens?
Probably, but I mean, I think when you look at Nix, what's really hard for me, like the hurdles to get over is the conditions he played with, being a 6-year quarterback, right? Like the best offensive line in the country. He was pressured at by far the lowest rate in the country last year. Like that's going to be different in the NFL.
Yeah,
older prospects in general. There's only 3 quarterbacks drafted in round 1 in the 2000s that are older than Bo Nix. One of them went in this draft, which is Michael Penix. The other 2 are Carson Palmer and Kenny Pickett. And then the Broncos, like they're another team, like their back end schedule is just an absolute shit show, man. Like their schedule is absolutely brutal. So, and it's a team we already understand has like roster limitations. Like we already don't even think the Broncos are any good, right? So,
all right, let's run before we get out of here, let's run a player season finder for how old is Bo Nix? 23 or 24?
Knicks will be 25 this year, right?
Okay. So let's go since 1990. What year do you want to set as our starting point for this stat head search?
Whatever you want. Modern. It could be modern era, 2000s, whatever you want.
All right, let's do since
It's not
1990.
going to be good though. It's not going to be
No,
good.
I really am just curious. Let's go games started over 5, and I'm not going to run a draft filter. Biographical filter, age older
He
than...
just turned 24. He's
Okay.
24. This
All right,
February.
I'm gonna include 23 then. I'm gonna include 23 to 30, but biographical filter, first year of player's career. Descending fantasy points per game for a first year quarterback, 23 to 30.
Yeah, gotta be first year.
Dak was 23.
Dak was
Burrow-
a 4th round pick. And
Well, I'm
so
not-
was Wilson.
I'm not gonna penalize. It doesn't make sense to penalize, right?
Oh no. But I'm just saying, like, see, I mean, like, I would look at guys that actually like had expectations.
So Minshew, 23-year-old Minshew, that to me seems like the best case scenario.
I could get with that.
Because Minshew played in a similar where everything was set up for him to paint by numbers when he was playing with Leach at college, right? It was just all screens.
Now, what if you make it 24, age 24 and older?
Oh, it's probably going to be bad. Let's do 24 and older.
Because guys like Dak and Minshew had to stay in college because
Burrow, Wilson, Browning. You want to talk about a Jake Browning ass season.
Also, remember, that counts as Jake Browning's first season, but he's been in the NFL like 6 years.
He's been in the NFL forever. I don't remember Wentz being 24. Keenum.
Yeah, Wentz was a small school guy. So, I mean, it's hard to come out early from smaller schools.
All right, let's go Case Keenum. Rookie year, 2013. It was Case Keenum. You know, he put up some games here for fantasy. He ran a smidgen.
I think Bo Nix is a better pick than Drake May.
You think Bo Nix is a better pick than Drake May?
He's going to start more games. He's going to start more games than Drake May, which just gives you more outs to run into some bullshit, right? Like,
yeah, no, 100%.
It just gives you more outs.
It's pretty much the logic there. I mean, I'm not saying.
And everything about a situation is better. There's just so much unknown, and this turnover with New England and the surrounding roster is actually worse than the Broncos is.
Yeah, I mean, so I obviously believe that Drake May is much better. Like that. That's my.
Yeah, as a player, I
just think he's very good. I don't think that Bo Nix is very good, but he also, we talked about this not that long ago. We talked about the Nix rushing stuff. Like he ran for more touchdowns in college than Jayden Daniels. But you're right, he's not going to scramble very much. But if I told you right now, Nix runs for 6 rushing touchdowns this year, what do you?
I think it's high. I think it's in the high.
Well, of course it's high. I'm thinking of ways I can win $1.5 million with this dog shit team that I just drafted, where I took Troy Franklin and Darnell Mooney for no reason. Right, Reeves? I'm trying to keep our equity alive here, brother.
Listen, Josh Allen's got us covered.
Okay, all right. The team: Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, picks 1 and 2, no problems. Doing this again, honestly, I would not have taken Allen here because. We would have had to have taken Kyler early. We had taken Kyler at 63, so maybe I would have. Dell, Kittle, Godwin.
Looking at what went around Allen, though, we didn't miss really anything.
We didn't miss anything. Yeah, we missed quarterbacks or T. Higgins.
Right.
Connor
Getting
and
DJ
Swift.
Moore in that spot. I think we both would have snap drafted DJ Moore if he would have made one more pick.
Absolutely. Would have snapped him. And then we could have gotten Caleb, who actually went after ADP. We could have gotten Caleb at 111. Connor, Swift, Spears, Eckler, Jaleel. We actually figured it out at running back. I think in running back, we ended up okay. Yeah, weirdly, we're soft at wide receiver on a team that we started with, I guess, because we took Allen and Kittle, we ended up a little soft at wide receiver. Like, we might need Troy Franklin to play a little bit this season.
Fingers
Not
crossed.
great. It's not good. I'm not even gonna cross my fingers. Here, I'll find you your positive note on Drake May. Just go watch him play a little bit in college. That's all I got. That's all I got for you. Go watch him play a little bit in college.
Drake May could be a really fun quarterback when he gets to play. He has like a Ryan Fitzpatrick gene, or like, which is always fun. Like the dude kind of like you'll see him try to like run over a linebacker. Like he's like, I'm just gonna.
He doesn't care.
I'm gonna try to run over this linebacker, and then he's about pushing the rock, man. He wants to push the rock downfield.
He led college football in big time throws. He had the highest average depth of target of any of these guys.
Now, for real life, I think it's a problem. Like, I think the Patriots taking Drake May at 3 probably was not.
I would have done it, but it's just the Patriots. This is what you want out of him. If you're taking him in fantasy this year, this is what you want. Not saying that this would be a good outcome for the Patriots, but man, it would be a good outcome for fantasy. If you got Blake Bortles style production.
Year 2 Blake Bortles.
Year 2 Blake Bortles, sure.
Oh yeah, I actually think Drake May is probably going to fail in the NFL as a quarterback, but I think for fantasy and stuff, he's going to end up being fun. Like he's the type of quarterback that's going to make fantasy football fun.
That's all. Like
Blake Bortles was. Like he said, Bortles, man. Like
yeah,
he's going to run around. He's going to do some shit. He's trying to throw bombs. Like
I mean, that's my comp. That's my comp for a lot of these guys. Truly, is that
the Patriots are just in an impossible spot this year. I mean, you got what's unfortunately is you have to swing at quarterback as a franchise, but you're getting the 3rd best quarterback in the draft based on capital.
I mean,
based on capital, they're taking.
I think he was a better prospect than Daniels.
I mean, Daniels is the guy you just.
May Levis Fields is not a fun quarterback room. You're definitely getting many weeks of like at best 11 points if that's your quarterback room in best ball.
That's rough.
Yeah, Ron.
Did someone just draft that team?
I don't know. I closed it. I closed it already.
Oh, that's fine.
I was so disgusted with it. Like Josh Allen, Bo Nix as our quarterbacks, James Conner, DeAndre Swift, Tajay Spears, Austin Eckler, Jaleel McLaughlin, Ray Davis. The running back room actually ended up being okay considering how we started. Wilson, Harrison, Dell, Godwin, Shakir, Mooney, Franklin, Dortch, with Kittle and Knox in.
We probably could have punted the Ray Davis pick for a receiver.
Or quarterback, actually. Maybe just like any quarterback who's not.
I don't know who's around there, but we probably didn't, especially since we bet on the Bills passing side. Like we already have the Allen stuff. But who knows? Yeah. Maybe in week 12 or week 13 or whatever. Not week 12 or week 15, week 16, like Davis is filling in. I don't know.
Are you feeling vindicated on your anti-Corley stance based on what the training camp reports have been? Feeling like you're gonna get that one right.
I still think Corley will be a guy when they put him on the field. It'll be for manufactured touches, right? And it's like those guys are always just tough to designate coming into the NFL, especially as rookies, especially playing the veteran quarterback. It was always gonna be hard for him to like earn targets. Everyone cites like all the catches and stuff, but like he played for a team that threw the ball 50 to 60 times per game. Like his target share stuff wasn't even good. Like all his rate stuff wasn't even that good because Western Kentucky threw the ball 55 times per game.
Now, Reeves, are you sick enough this evening? Are you playing any preseason DFS? Are you even going to watch?
No,
or do you value your time so much?
I do. I value my time a little more. We talk about this in season. We do like the betting show after some Thursday games. I do value my time a little more than this. My thing is I don't pay enough attention for like the guys like, like Cody and stuff. Like I'm just not putting in effort. They earn their money. They earn every dollar that they want,
Absolutely.
But I'm not putting that much time in it. I've got 2 articles to write still. I have 2 more shows to record. I'm not going to pour hours into seeing who's going to get snaps tonight. I'm just really not. But I respect everyone that does it. I'm going to use my money, though, towards stuff that is going to lose even more money, like drafting Darnell Mooney in the 11th round.
Man. All right. Well, that, I'm happy for you, but I'm going to be locked in. See,
I feel you, man. Like
you're telling me you're not excited. Actually, that's honestly even a lie because I'm doing high stakes draft tonight exactly at the times that the game.
I've had a really good summer betting baseball unders this year, baseball prop unders, hitting unders. So I'm just kind of want to hold on to that money for regular season DFS now. The DraftKings account's looking pretty flush right now. It's like I kind of want to don't like even bet on baseball this final month because I just want to roll it over and use it on football stuff.
Well, I think that's a good seg to tell the people that we're doing the betting show again on Fridays here on this channel. So you guys are going to be able to watch us live picking games. I will have I haven't even announced this yet, but I have an unabated partnership that we're going to start in September. So we'll be able to have like all the cool line comparisons up and all that stuff. So it'll be very cool. But yeah, first time we'll ever be doing the show where people can see our beautiful faces.
Yeah, and they can respond to the takes we have, right? Like they'll be able to
that's true.
interact with us live, like us talking through why we're just betting on Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes every week. Which is, listen, if you've listened to this show that me and Dave, we've done it. I think if we're counting this year, it'll be I want to say year 4 or 5, right?
I think year 5, yeah.
And a large part of me and Davis's bankroll has just come from is Patrick Mahomes an underdog?
Shipping Pat and
is Lamar Jackson an underdog? And that's as far as if you're looking for Russell Peabody level betting analysis, this will not be the show.
Elsewhere.
But if you want profitable bets on just betting on Chiefs and Ravens games, which have been very profitable to bet
very profitable
over this tenure, we will be those guys.
All right, Reeves, tell the people where they can go, Sharp Football Analysis, what they can get, and what you're cranking out the next 3 weeks before the season starts.
Yeah, I've been in huge draft kit mode, absolutely just like pumping out stuff. I have an ADP series going out this week, on how we can get better at each position using, ADP kind of historical trends, stuff like that, spotting breakouts, spotting busts. Very cool stuff because it gets you just back in like, some brackets of like, all right, wait, I was drafting a guy that fits this. Like I should probably be a little more hesitant, things like that. Or I should be more bullish on some guys maybe I was a little bit down on. Things like that because they profile from some objective boxes that you might check off to say like, all right, this guy could break out or still be a good value pick. So that's kind of what's going on this week, but draft kit's still cranking the next couple weeks. We've got 3 weeks left. So, definitely go check that stuff out.
All right. Beautiful. Reeves, thank you for hopping on.
Always. I'll force my way into one more before the end of the year.
Oh, as many as you want, man. I love when you come on. And now I'm joined. I feel blessed to be joined by one Mr. Ron Stewart. Ron, thank you so much for hopping on, dude.
Yeah, of course. I don't know about blessed or anything, but I'm happy to be here. I've been a long time listener. I know both of you guys have been following along for a while, so cool to get the the invite because you guys have been killing it here. You guys like 390 people in here. So yeah, down to have some
They're
fun.
here for Troy Franklin selections.
They're here for me panic selecting Troy Franklin ahead of ADP. Reeves, you are more than welcome to hang around, or you can leave. It's totally up to you.
No. I've got to go. Like I said, I've got to record still. But you guys have a good one here. Don't let Davis take Troy Franklin.
It was honestly. It's not my finest moment. Thanks for hopping on, bud. Ron, I mean, this is the only thing I know about YouTube. This is literally the only thing I know is that I'm rewarded for the longer I stay live. That's literally it. Everything else, I don't know. I don't know anything. That's the only thing I've learned.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I'm in the boat now where I've been doing daily streams this month, and I'm trying to do it until kickoff, which is pretty grueling, but I don't have the same stamina as you and Pete, man. You guys are out here doing like 4-hour streams. I mean, I'll probably have a couple, but like weekly, I don't know. I do see the appeal of it. You get the guests line up. I don't know. My viewers are a little bit, I don't know if you want to call them selfish, but they seem to prefer when it's just me. But I don't know.
Yeah, my subscribers, they don't care about me. They don't give a fuck about me. They are not here for me. They're here for Liam. They're here for Kitchen. They're here for Karain. They're here for Peter. It's which is fine by me. Before we hop into a draft, I mean, are you hip on preseason? Are you going to be able to give me a third pick for my pick'em slip here?
Absolutely not.
All right, guys. I literally don't know what I'm doing here. We're gonna do Amir Smith-Marsette's over because he's a tier 1 play on the ETR cheat sheets, and we're doing the Sion Vaki higher because I literally would rather go to jail than not bet an over on Sion Vaki. And strictly vibes based, I'm going to go lower on Jack Plummer, 143.5 passing yards. That's so many passing yards for a preseason game. So
I
that is
have
going to
never
be.
heard of that player. I'm just going to be straight up.
I mean, do you know who his dad is?
No.
Are you? Oh my God! All right, man. That's
I'm a young boy.
Oh, I'm gonna have to enter this on my phone. All right, his dad, his name, Jake Plummer, Jake the Snake. He is a
I know
literal.
Jake the Snake. I'm a big wrestling guy.
You know, okay, he knows Jake the Snake. This
All right,
this
that's
always
great.
happens to me when I forget to refresh. I gotta go enter on my phone. We are gonna enter into Best Ball Mania 5. There is an over. There's not an over for Joe Milton air yards, but there should be. That was that's about as woke as it gets. All right, we're hopping in. I gotta refresh my location. Ron, how is the off season treating you? How are the daily streams treating you?
It's a lot. It's a lot, but it's also like super rewarding. Like I was telling my buddy last night, he was like, "Aren't you pretty exhausted?" Because I mean, I gotta be honest, like August, we're putting in long hour days where we're doing rankings updates, we're getting videos out, we're streaming every day. But also the reason we do it is because the views are as high as ever. And it's very rewarding when you post a video and it's like, this is the best through the first 6 hours of the last 10 or whatever. So, and the streams have had more viewers than I've had in July or whatever. So as long as I'm getting that feedback, I'm fine with it. And then also just for what we do, I know that once the season's over and it's like February or even like when the playoffs start in the NFL, I can kind of do nothing for a couple of months. So it's kind of just, working hard not to work later or whatever.
100%. Yeah, you work now and you feel very good. Oh fuck,
Yeah.
man. I don't feel good about rewarding you for hopping on the stream with a pick 12, but we're
great.
we're gonna do the best that we can. Yeah, I mean that is definitely the way that it goes. This stuff's all new to me, so we'll see what happens when February hits. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll be on here for 4 hours a day doing big board drafts, and we'll see what the appetite for that is. My guess is the appetite for that is not going to be very high. We're gonna have to be in the dynasty streets. I'm gonna have to get in. The thing is I'm gonna have to get into the edited video streets, to which I am not in at all right now.
Yeah, I've kind of circumnavigated that where it's a tricky line to walk. Early on, I edited a bunch of my videos. I've now gotten to a spot where it's a little bit annoying at first, but I'll rip off the intro and then I'll go into my video. And a lot of times I don't even have to edit it at all because I'm honestly a very fast talker. I've been told that like a billion times. So if I like cut out every breath and everything, it just is like I'm talking in 2x. So I've gotten enough reps in where if I need to, I can post a video without any edits. But yeah, I keep it minimal. I mean, Pete has like a script and his stuff is great where he's even like incorporating like jokes and stuff. That's a little bit over my head with all of that planning because I don't know. It's tough, especially in August. I'm just trying to get stuff up, but then also maintain the quality. So it's kind of a push and pull.
It's more like I just want everything to look good and professional.
Yeah.
Like I think I could talk for 25 minutes straight in a video without a script, and it honestly would be fine. I mean, maybe I'd have to re-record a couple things here and there, but it's more about like making sure the literal screen is still engaging, so that
the presentation,
your retention retains. All right, what is your go-to strategy when you draw the 12? I mean, do you just hit the plane and do you leave? You're just like, whatever, I'll just, what are we gonna do here at the 12?
I mean, it's pretty brutal. I kind of hope that somebody is an idiot and like reaches on a Marvin or a London or something because it's not terrible. If I can get 2 of like Puka, Wilson, or Gibbs, I'm doing all right. So we'll see. I don't know. I've been leaning, like I've been hoping for one of, okay, so Gibbs goes.
There's
Like I would love Puka and Brown. I highly doubt that'll happen. All right,
Bang.
there he goes.
We do get Puka.
I think I would go Puka Marv. That to me kind of feels a lot like the St. Brown CD of this year, but like obviously we have no clue if both are going to score 20 points per game and then also go off in the last week. But it feels cozy and I'm fine just kind of, I guess, eating the chalk.
I need to, everyone remind me of this next time. Don't let me do this again. I want to start taking Debo there, actually. I
just to get different combos. Well,
I was a huge Debo bull the whole time. I had Debo ranked at 14, like for the last like 4 months. So I've got a big bag of him. But now that you can get Puka and him together, like I've got very little of that combination together. So I'd like to get more of that. And Ayuk is just going to be a stone free faller. So I'll be
Yeah.
able to get my Ayuk bags together whenever I want. Like Ayuk, I think, is going to go down to like I don't know, probably 5th round, I think. Well, I don't know. Fallers never fall quite enough, actually. So probably not.
I was gonna ask what are you so big on with Debo? Like if pre Ayuk stuff, you had him at the like 202 or whatever.
It's it's a game where really what we care about is getting the maximum amount of points in one given week. And yeah, Debo will probably have more 4 for 40 games than Devontae Adams or Drake London. Like his median is maybe worse, but if Debo had the single highest scoring game of the year of any wide receiver, I don't think anyone would be surprised. Like
no,
I mean he had a 37 pointer last year, which was not the most that any wide receiver scored, but it was pretty close. It got dwarfed by the Amari Pickens games, but yeah, it's just all about that.
Yeah, I like that call. He's someone that I've leaned harder on, and guys like I feel like Jacob Sanderson has never been a Debo guy, and I always get some shit for taking Debo because he doesn't get the expected points per game or the volume in like the more traditional ways, but he's also Debo Samuel, and he could just like any given week, and then also in any given year, he could just be like the most efficient receiver.
Well, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen this year. Ayuk is gonna leave. This might be the best volume year of Debo's career.
And then he can win as like a normal receiver as well, which I think he doesn't get enough credit, where he can be like
No
a 25% target share guy. I think Warren Sharp tweeted a stat where he had like the most touchdowns from outside of 10 yards, which is crazy. Like rushing touchdowns outside of 10 yards.
The stat was 2 years ago, the crazy Debo year. If Debo had gotten the same volume as Jonathan Taylor based on his rushing expectation, he would have had like 3,000 rushing yards and like 47 rushing touchdowns or something. But like you also, it's important to adjust. That's the earliest I've seen Stephon Diggs go. You got to adjust the Debo stuff for the fact that Shanahan gives him the easiest, like Debo scores touchdowns where no one touches him because Shanahan has created such a play that he just, can waltz in.
I also saw, I know you were saying the free fall. I know you're in these high stakes streets because those are some of my favorite streams to do. Because I'll get like the biggest audience because it's like high stakes, and it's also fun. Like I'll just be on there solo drafting a $350 team, and people are like roasting me, telling me who to draft. Like I actually, not to pat myself on the back, I placed, I was like 5th in the RotoWire OC in 2022 because that was the Josh Jacobs year, and I was very much against him. And then he was falling in this draft, and he fell to like the 8th round. And my whole chat was like, "Dude, like you just have to take him and just take your medicine." And it was like an Eckler Jacobs team that crushed.
Wow, that's funny. My experience doing these videos is that the only thing people subscribe to me care about is best ball. Like I've done like I did a couple college football when they launched it. And then I did a high stakes last week, and we're doing one again tonight. And it had like half the concurrent viewers, which I mean, maybe it's just a time thing. Like I've done those at different times, and people are not hip to the time. But hope to keep that growing. All right, we're about up. This is actually why picking at the turn is even worse, is because these picks suck so hard.
Man,
it's really
this
bad.
is brutal, man. This is brutal.
Rams, Cardinals. Really want to take Henry. Don't really want to take
big dog.
I mean, I've got 2 big dog teams. One $5 team.
Where would you usually lean here? Because like
I would do Kelsey and Mahomes, or like Pacheco or something like that.
Let's do Kelsey and Mahomes. I've been wanting to do that more often. Because like I think that was a combo you could get a lot easier early on.
The issue with why this is not as good now is you can very rarely get a Chiefs wide receiver at this next turn at 60-61. Is you used to be able to get Worthy or Rice there pretty much every time. And I'm gonna guess from this room, red badge. Yeah, we're probably just stuck with our boys, which is fine. Pretty Ricky implying Devontae for Ayuk now. I mean, look, if Devontae Adams is a 49er, buddy, I might take him. I might take him 2nd overall.
We're
For
doing a
real.
lot of backpedaling right now, Ricky. I don't know.
Lot of
I'm kind
backpedaling.
of over the whole thing, man.
Oh, it's one of the most annoying things that's ever happened.
I was tweeting this morning just as somebody that like has rankings for subscribers and stuff. Like, I just can I just get something concrete? Because like everything is in a free fall right now. I was actually looking at Fantasy Mojo last night. So the Fantasy Pros drafts from last night. Ayuk was like in the 40s, like falling to like the end of the fourth.
Here,
Debo's
I did
not getting pulled up very much though.
I did a main event last night. We
Oh,
can
wow.
we can pull the board up. He went super late in this main.
So
Share
it's like
this
if I had a
tab.
home league draft today, I really don't know what I would recommend in terms of Ayuk. I think that you probably let him fall, but then if he stays with the Niners, it's like 312.
Well, 312. But I think this guy was an auto drafter. Well, he
Huh.
auto drafted Rashad White, so probably not. So 312.
And then Debo's still in the early third
three
there.
main event flows. Let's see, where did he go in this one? It is. I have noticed him. I have noticed him falling. Oh shit! I forgot. I stopped sharing my tab. Rookie stream mistake there. You hate to see it. All right. He went 4-4 in this one, so significantly that's got to be some of the lowest he's gone in a main event thus far. 4-4.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The main event slows I really like because it's a real switch in, like, DJ Moore's just always there in the fourth round. It's it's very hard to in a fast draft in general, coming from underdog land. I kind of get whiplash. Like my first high stakes last week on NFC, Deebo Samuel was still there in the third, and I didn't even see him. Like I almost picked like DJ Moore or something, just because that's just like what I would normally do on underdog. So it was nice to just feels like drafting on easy mode, honestly.
Oh yeah, I was I'm old school with the high stakes stuff. Like I literally have my rankings and I'm checking off players as the players are getting picked, just so
Sick.
that doesn't happen. But it's like very, I know because I always tune into the main event drafts you guys do on ship chasing, and it's like it's very much vibes based of just like looking around, and players can get buried. Like I passed up on I think me and Jacob did one last year, like a 350 on NFC. And we passed on like 13th round Jalen Warren because he was just buried to begin the season.
Yeah, no, that stuff happens, and the boomer sites don't let you import your rankings. You can't have a CSV. So maybe I should start boomering it a little bit, because I have rankings for all those sites. Like I have a cheat sheet and everything, but I don't. I feel like I'm in the matrix, like
you're plugged
when
in.
I'm in a draft, I'm in the matrix. Like I don't need all of this. All right. We are sweating here big time. I don't want to give too much away, but they're definitely, one of these guys gets to us. It is
I'm staring down Josh Jacobs here.
Yeah. Josh Jacobs in the queue. Joe Mixon in the queue, Kenneth Walker in the queue. That's exactly what we need.
I'm sprinting to take those.
Kittle, weirdly enough, the Kittle rise is helping these guys come back down.
Oh,
wow, dude.
Let's do it.
We're gonna get both of them. Ron.
That's gotta be something you couldn't do until, probably months ago that was available.
Ron, I think we might have just won Best Ball Mania 5. Wow, that is an unbelievable start.
That's how you put the 12 spot on its head.
Shout out to the Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs, James Cook.
I had to call him out.
Drafter.
We had to lull him to sleep.
All right, now we are, because so much it feels like when you do elite quarterback, elite wide receiver, you're behind it, or elite tight end, elite quarterback, you're behind at wide receiver. But now we just gotta jam. We can take 6 running backs on this team. We have the freedom.
Oh yeah,
which is beautiful.
No,
are you a weekly winners, bro?
I'm not. I've talked about this on my show like when it comes to redraft, man, I don't know how you, or I don't know, maybe you're more open to it. I just prefer my missionary, man. Like, just let me just draft one quarterback. I don't want super flex. I don't want to have to think about other stuff. I know people go crazy about the draft strategy, and maybe you could even sell me on the idea that those are like the softest rooms out there, because like it's a game that's soft.
No, I don't think that, because it's only the sweatiest nerds drafting in them.
Yeah. So I'm just all good. I'm just all set. I like my one quarterback, 3 receivers. Just let me have that. Like, I don't even play the super flex ones that come out. I keep super flex for dynasty because I see the utility there, right? You want quarterbacks to have more trade value, but yeah, I'm very vanilla. Just give me a very standard fantasy football league.
So not that I need to sell you to play, because I don't even want you making videos to about this. But this is why I am drafting them, because if I'm right about the players, like, so I'm like taking Achane way ahead of ADP, I'm taking Worthy ahead of ADP, I'm taking the Packers wide receivers ahead of ADP and stuff like that. And it's like, I have a great chance of being right about those things and not making money in Ball Mania just because of the structure. It's the way it goes. But if I'm right about them in weekly winners, I might get like 4 chances to ship, which would be, I mean, that's what you want.
Yeah, I like that call. I don't like, because I'm also struggling to get the volume in right now. We're not struggling, but
you're a busy man. You're making an edited video every single day. You're updating all these spreadsheets. That's the thing is, you know, I am new to the whole workflow. So like some days I'm kind of like, I don't know what I need to work on today. I don't know what I need to be. For next off season, I'm going to have a much more structured, like, this comes out now, this needs to get done today, you know, but like, I've got like just all kinds of stuff up in the air. So you're a busier man than me.
Dude, Pete has it all blocked out. I feel like I'm a more all over the place guy. I have like a rough idea of the things I have to get done, but it's not like blocked out or scheduled or anything. But I do hope as I get older and get more responsibilities, I'm better about that. But like, I couldn't even tell you what video I'm posting next week, you know, even though I probably should have my August already mapped out, but kind of just go with whatever I'm feeling. But sometimes where I can run into issues there, and this is very inside baseball for like me and you, is like, I could sit down to like start writing an outline at 9, and then, you know, you fuck around and like, you don't know what you're even writing about until 11:30. And that could have been used on research and player outlines and stuff. So it is good to plan all that stuff out so that you can just, you know, put time into research, recording, all that.
I mean, you probably don't struggle with this as much as me, but I get distracted by Discord and Twitter like super easy.
Yeah.
So like I have to block that stuff out. I've got to like my most productive writing time will be if I like literally just like get to my computer, turn my stuff on, but don't open anything other than Chrome and a Word doc or whatever. Like, just like can't have the other stuff up, which is, you know, obviously kind of difficult to do.
I literally chuck my phone onto the couch behind me if I'm like really trying to lock it.
You got to do it. All right, we are about up. We can honestly kind of do anything here. I mean, we're set at quarterback. I would have maybe thought about doubling up elite quarterback if Kyler was there at 84, but he goes, so it's whatever. We could do double running back. We could take Bowers. We can take Samuel. It's the world is our oyster right now. We are set up beautifully.
I'm loving it. I think I'd probably lean the running backs. Is there any like correlation we're looking for? I guess we could get one of the Steelers running backs if we wanted to.
They both.
Oh, they're both gone. All right,
I definitely think we should take Connor.
I like Connor as well.
And Ramondre gives us a quarterback and a Herbert correlation.
I like that call.
All right, yeah. Let's.
I would do Ramondre Connor.
Okay, yeah, I think that works. I really like Ramondre. Not a popular opinion amongst the fantasy football intelligentsia, but Ramondre Stevenson is the same pick as like Zamir White or whatever with less fanfare. I mean, he really might get like 311 touches this year if Jacoby Brissett starts for 17 games.
I really like Ramondre. I actually put out a video yesterday on like must draft running backs. He was at the top of the list as like guys like just outside of the RB dead zone that I'm targeting, but he is almost like I was all over him last year and got burned pretty bad, but
Yeah, same.
he is almost like and I don't want to say that, I don't want to get burned for saying this, but he's almost like a very special athlete and mover for a guy. He's like 240 pounds or like 235, 238 pounds.
He moves like a pace and space back, and he's a very good pass catcher.
Exactly. He's like what people wanted Najee Harris to be coming out. Like he's very interesting. And if like there's also some buzz on this idea of like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know offensive line blocking schemes, but apparently the one that Van Pelt's bringing in is more man gap versus zone, and Stevenson dating back to Oklahoma was really good in those man gap schemes. So that could be a big plus. And I'm even drafting a little bit of Antonio Gibson, but there's a chance that they just ride him. Like the contract they gave Ramondre is crazy.
I like Gibson too.
Yeah,
I've got a lot. I've got about 14% of both of them. Just like I mean, I had a lot of May very early. There definitely is some concerns with the offensive line. I mean, but it's like, I don't know. I feel in some ways being super concerned about the offensive line is kind of like too sharp. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
yeah,
if it's New York Giants level bad to where the whole thing craters to zero, you know, what are you going to do? What, like, I guess you just hold your hand up and you get beat sometimes, but like also they could just be fine. They could be the 22nd best offensive line in the NFL, and Ramondre can be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like in any given year, an offensive line can be bad. All you're shooting for is like average. You don't need anything crazy, but it's a concern. I'm looking at the established to run offensive line rankings here. They are in the bottom feeders tier with the Commanders, so that's not great.
And the I don't know how much of a news hound guy you are, but like the vibes from Patriots camp are really bad.
Yeah,
it's like the coaches don't seem pleased, the quarterbacks don't seem pleased. The best thing that's happened is that Javon Baker looks like a real hit. He's been awesome, but most of the vibes are like, we're going to try and win 6 games playing really good defense and handing the ball to Ramondre, which is kind of fine for this context.
Oh yeah. Pretty like we kind of just need the red zone stuff and the passing game work for Ramondre, and everything will work itself out. And there's like a deep inside of me as a Jets fan. I know that before I was born, the Patriots kind of sucked for a while, but there's just something about, I don't know. I kind of buy the Gerard Mayo thing. I know that the Disciples have sucked in recent memory with like, Bill O'Brien and Matt Patricia, but Gerard Mayo seems like a guy. I don't know. I just get these vibes that like this Drake May pick's going to smash, and then it's just going to be another rain.
Well, I definitely believe that. I definitely believe that Drake May is going to be a smash. Like Drake May, very interesting. Rich was just on and he was kind of disagreeing with me, but I just get very good vibes from watching him, and all of his statistics, like the upside case is Herbert, and the downside case is like Blake Bortles, Sam Darnold, which, whatever, it happens.
Dude, I've seen a lot of Sam Darnolds and Zach Wilsons, and
you've seen actually like on his RotoViz comps are like literally 2 of the top 3 are Zach Wilson and Sam Darnold.
Yeah. I also buy into the legacy thing where his dad was his dad was an athlete, his brother freak athlete on the national championship team. Like he might just be too big to fail, man.
That stuff is predictive. That stuff is that stuff is predictive. All right. We are about up. We're actually going to run here with at least one running back here that we still really like, and depending on your perspective. All right. What running back do you want to take?
Man, I have kind of been loving Javonte. I don't know how your vibes are on Javonte.
Vibes are good on Javonte. I like Moss at this discounted price, and I like Wicks here too. We could double tab.
Let's do Javonte Wicks. That'd be my vote. I did want to pick your brain on the Wicks thing. I know that it was like the friends and family game or something like that, or he like didn't play a ton. Where are we at?
He only played like 15% of the friends and family thing. Bo Melton was starting over him in practice the other day. This is the deal. Dontavian Wicks is probably the second best wide receiver of the Green Bay guys, and the other guys are like Reed, is like a 60% snap share guy. He's hurt right now. I mean, we already saw Christian Watson. It's August 7th. He already came down hard in practice. Probably, honestly, in managed, I'm probably going away from all of them. Like maybe a little bit of Watson and managed, because Watson will just be, if he's healthy, you start him, and if he's not healthy, you don't. But like, I'm even taking Melton. My prior is that Wicks is probably the best combination of ceiling price right now, because it's not like, I mean, he goes 40 picks, 50 picks after Watson. He goes 40, 50 picks after Jaden Reed. And, yards per route run is a quarterback stat. Like Jordan Love just might be him, Yeah, Reed and Watson both back in practice. Guys, it's irrespective of that stuff. It's just like, he's the wide receiver 57. I don't think he's the 57th most talented wide receiver in the NFL. That's where I'm at on Wicks. Like, I like Wicks as a prospect.
I wasn't in on him as a prospect. I kind of like waved him as a prospect. Like, get this guy out of Virginia, like out of here, day 3 guy. But like last year was crazy. It was like the year of like day 3 picks, like hitting and like being meaningful, not like Jalen Tolberts and I can't even like Danny Grays and, Velus Jones, but I mean, he flashed, and he's currently, I feel like you're probably a lot more aggressive than me. He's my most drafted player at 27% right now. And I think that's great in a best ball where, like you said, like it doesn't matter going on in week 1 who's hurt, but people are going to get banged up, and then he could just get on the field and then be too good for them to take him off. LaFleur, I also have a stat where since LaFleur was hired, they've been second in EPA per play on offense, like with multiple quarterbacks, everything else. Like he's very underrated outside of the I know like the Barstool part of my take guys like rip on him for he went for a field goal when he shouldn't have or whatever. But in terms of like, and that's kind of like almost reminiscent of Kyle Shanahan in late games, but
it's exactly like Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Like it's the Rounders thing. You know all the edges, but you don't know when to take them. Yeah. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he doesn't know when to push his edge. But yeah, Jordan Love last year, I guess it was really a tale of two seasons. Like at the beginning of the year, it started really bad.
Dude, Packers fans were down bad through like 4 to 6 weeks. Like they were calling for everybody.
Yeah, they were ready. They were ready for it to be done. But do you know the answer to this trivia question? Which Packers wide receiver had the first 100-yard game for the Packers last year?
I'd guess like Dobbs.
No, it's Bo Melton in week 16, I think. Yeah, Bo Melton was the yeah. Which, very similar. His high school or his college teammate Isaiah Pacheco, his skills were masked by the fact that they were playing for that dog shit team, like literally the worst team in the FBS.
Yeah, I live in Jersey, so like all my buddies go to Rutgers, and I was supposed to go to Rutgers, and then I withdrew, but like I never even heard a whisper about Pacheco of like, dude, you got to come to a game to see this guy ball out. Like he was just another running back on this team, not a stud at all. I have buddies who were like in like a frat that he would come to parties with, and they were like, dude, like we had no clue this guy would be like the Super Bowl winning running back, like engine on that offense. So it's crazy.
I mean, it does just go to show you. Did any of the tight ends Aaron Jones might have hit 100 receiving before? The tight ends definitely did not. All right, we are about back up. This is a crazy Purdy fall, but what do you even do with that? I guess we could take Pearsall, but that doesn't feel that good. Maybe.
How far of a reach would that be on Pearsall? 147?
It'd be a 14 spot.
Oh, Purdy goes anyways.
Okay, Purdy goes.
I think Polk is my first.
Smash on Jalen Polk. Damn. I was hoping that Dowdle would still be there. He is not. This is like a fine Charbonnet, Chandler. Definitely Polk. We could take Freiermuth as the bring back and be done at tight end.
Freiermuth is my most drafted tight end, and I love Freiermuth. It just comes down to how spooked you are on Ayuk coming there. But it seems like now the Steelers have cooled off.
Oh, so. I am spooked about it, honestly.
Yeah, like that could crush all Freiermuth bags.
Yeah, Freiermuth would literally, he'd be like the tight end 20, I think, if that happened. Chandler, Sharbs, or Ford.
Let's go Charbonnet.
Okay, I like him. I like him the best of that group.
I'm
scared enough. I guess I should have thought about that more because I moved Pickens and Ayuk down, so I should have moved him down. Question for Ron: who would draft a better best ball team, Pauly D or Vinny?
Oh my
It's
God.
Vinny. It's Vinny for sure, dude.
Yeah, Vinny for sure.
It's not
That
even
is
close.
hilarious.
It's definitely Vinny. I don't think Cowing can become clickable. You're talking about a wide
no.
receiver 5 on a team that plays a lot of 12 personnel.
It had to be Jennings.
It would have to be, yeah. And I mean, Jennings is going to start the year playing ahead of, okay, Pearsall, definite riser. I need to make a mental note on that he's a definite riser. And it feels bad because I've been drafting like none of him. I didn't really like him. You're big in the prospecting stuff. What did you think of Brandon Ayuk's college teammate, Ricky Pearsall?
I don't think I have a single share in Dynasty. That's another guy that Sanderson was trying to sell me on. It was just like, I don't know. I mean, this is a bit of hubris from me in terms of like who I was taking over him, but I was taking like A.D. Mitchell over him a lot. I just like with Pearsall, man, like it's very, I get that he runs pretty routes, but like, man, it is so rare for a guy who like doesn't produce until year 5.
He's been there since the Eisenhower administration.
Yeah. Super old prospect. Like, and then on top of that, like he goes to a crowded room. I'm just not all that sold on him. And he was also, if you remember like pre-draft, it was like, this guy's a Lad McConkey you can get late. And it's like, he flipped Lad McConkey by the end of the cycle, you know, like he was supposed to be like a 3rd round pick, Pearsall. And then it's just one of those guys. And I'm done. Like, I do not care who Shanahan picks. I want to say like I want to say a lot of his picks, like, of course, Ayuk, Debo, those guys have all panned out, but that we also have like Joe Williams. We have, is Dante Pettis a Shanahan guy?
Dante Pettis, Danny Gray.
It's like, I'm just,
Tyrion
just
Davis
like,
Price.
and they've shown too that they don't care about their investment in these. You know what I mean? Like they didn't feel pressured to play Lance with the 1st round draft capital. They could draft Pearsall in the 1st round and not care at all, you know? Oh, geez, that's a brutal list, man. Dante Pettis on there too.
This comp list is jump scare, dude. Dorset, Titus Young, Devin Smith, Sterling Shepard was a good player.
See that.
Dante Pettis, Tony, Zay Jones, Taekwon. I guess Rashee Rice we're counting as a hit, but yeah, jump scare comp list. Really not ideal.
He's fun. He's like a fun player. You know, he takes handoffs and he has that cool one-handed catch.
He had the coolest. Yeah, I was gonna say he had the coolest catch of the year.
No, not a single season over 1,000 receiving yards. Not that that's like a nail in the coffin. It's just like, man.
No, but like I don't know. I sometimes think we can be too niche with our fantasy analysis, and like we just can go like, this guy ever just like really fucking rack up a bunch of yards and touchdowns? Because I like guys to do that for fantasy. So yeah, like that. I think sometimes simplistic analysis like that can kind of get there. All right, what are you thinking? What's your favorite back stack to do when you've got the elite quarterback, elite tight ends pulled up?
Man, when my back's against the wall, I guess like Denver's the easy answer, but I've also been messing around with some Tampa, like getting into McMillan, Otten.
McMillan, Otten, Baker. Yeah, we just did Troy Franklin, Bo Nix on the last one, and taking Troy Franklin ahead of ADP just made me feel sick. But
I've been taking a lot of Dulcich with Nix.
Yes, that is. I really like that one. There, damn, Mooney is such a riser now. I love getting Kirk and Mooney, but you can't really do it anymore. I think they're gonna add Sion Vaki to the player pool. Purple Yoshi. I literally think they're gonna add him to the player pool. So don't sweat it. My boy Sion Vaki, who is the absolute truth. There, you're gonna get a chance. Speaking of shitty prospects, what about Leggett? Jacob is like every day he's like emailing me to draft more Xavier Leggett. What do you think about him?
He's Leggett pilled me. I have him as he's right after Wicks as my most drafted player. Just like so clear. It like unlike Pearsall, we have a season of him smashing and looking like a good football player.
Smashing.
And I don't know, you can make an excuses for why he didn't produce early, but if he like truly is a grown man amongst boys, even in the NFL, which he tested like, he could just come on right away, get some manufactured stuff, and like he could be your late season hammer, like a Rashee Rice or whatever.
All right. We don't really need any early season production with this one. Fuck, I was gonna say Algier. Damn, I don't really know what to do. We don't really have a stack set up. Should we do Ray Davis or Dobbins?
Puka, maybe?
They're by week 6. Can't do
Ah,
it.
shit. Never mind then. So
All right,
Leggett
let's
for
do-
sure. I
Leggett
like the Ray
gives us
Davis shout. That's fine with me.
Leggett gives us a quarterback. Fant gives us Geno coming around. I mean, I've got a ton of Noah Fant. Conklin gives us Rodgers coming around. We definitely need 6 running backs. What do you think?
I think I'm cool with Ray Davis. I mean, unless you want to set something up, I don't know. Like if you wanted to get a real,
No, this
you can
team
set up
is
Bryce
this,
Young.
we
but I
got
think
we
we'll
got
be
Bryce
alright.
Young set up. We could do Mims Knicks. We can do Bryce Young Leggett. I mean, we can still do Drake May. Drake May probably isn't playing in week 6, so
Yeah, I've been cooling off on May too. I know everyone's kind of like getting pretty spooked there, but I think it's probably for good reason.
I don't think Vaki is playing safety at all in the NFL. I think the team has decided. I mean, you got to be Ron. Are you woke enough to have
I
Sion
think
Vaki
you're
in your running back model?
No. I know you've been very plugged in on this kid as like he played both ways last year.
Well, so it's like classic college football thing. Like he was a safety, and every running back on the team got hurt, and they were like, let's just try it. And he had 100 yards and 2 touchdowns in his first game. And then the next game they played him at wide receiver, and he had 120 yards and a touchdown as like a receiver.
All right, that's pretty sick.
He just like some people just know ball.
5 for 149 and 2 versus USC is pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie.
How about
that's
it, dude?
some video game shit.
That is literally NCAA. I mean, are you NCAA 25? Have you been playing?
Oh, dude. I mean,
too busy.
it's an absolute shame that I like just because I've been working so much. But like prior to last weekend, I probably had I had a disgusting amount of hours on it. I'll just sit here and be honest. I was I mean, I still am. I'll probably play a little bit this weekend. I started an offensive coordinator dynasty on Rutgers, and I've just sort of been trying to build them up. I'll jump ship when we win like the Big Ten or something. But I'm getting fried, man. I feel bad for these kids. They're gonna have to go from Piscataway, go to like Penn State for a whiteout, get your shit just kicked in by Penn State, and then fly across the country to Oregon, get your shit kicked in there. Like, dude, these kids that are on like Purdue and Rutgers that are just gonna do nothing but fly just to like absolute bloodbaths. Like, my heart truly goes out to them.
You're not even gonna be able to spend very much time on your own campus. You're just gonna be traveling across the country, getting no sleep, getting fucking throttled in all your
getting
games.
beat by 35 by Ohio State. Like, it's just like, dude, like I truly wish that on nobody. Like I'm getting pissed off in the game because I'm like, dude, I just got done losing to Penn State, and now I'm flying across the country to go play at Oregon, with like the crowd meters going crazy and everything. Like, truly have fun, boys. And then, I mean, the poor like Washington and stuff, they're going to have to come to Piscataway, which is a pretty brutal part of the country. I'll be honest, it's not very pretty here.
Man, yeah, that's even. I mean, college football is like it's a real.
It's bad.
It's a real
It's
joke
bad.
now, but
I don't like
the the Pac-12 just being gone. Like, that's insane, dude.
It's bad, man. I like, I'm a huge college basketball guy. Like, not to get too off topic, but like very soon, like UNC Duke is going to be gone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I hate that. Like, I hate coming for all of that. Like, that's what makes college basketball so great, and the rivalries and everything. It's just, I don't know. Like, beef up the non-conference schedule if you want all that stuff. Like, I feel like the college football playoffs already is kind of going to build that in. So I don't know why you needed that in the regular season, but whatever.
It's money.
Yeah.
Is Mingo dust? Yes.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mingo is somehow deader than Quentin Johnston, which I didn't know if it was possible for someone to be deader than Quentin Johnston.
Quentin Johnston's maybe my biggest miss ever, dude. I was very much QJ pilled, and then I didn't watch the tape. Didn't see him catch footballs. Should have watched a little bit.
He kind of looked all right on tape though, dude.
I know you'd see a little bit, and then like in practice, all right, but like, man, dude, I can't even imagine the headspace he's in right now, where like every drop is getting filmed in practice. Like, I'd probably hang it up. I'd probably take the guaranteed money on my rookie deal, and I'd say, you guys can be all right. I'll just invest.
All right, we should do something kind of dusty here. I think we should take Daniel Jones and Jalen Hyatt here. This room is kind of gobbling up quarterbacks. guess we could take Fields, honestly. We could take, how about, what if we get really weird? What if we take Stafford and Daniel Jones here? We locked up elite quarterback. We have, and that covers our bye week. The bye week bros can eat it.
I think we can afford that.
Who do the Giants play week 6?
Giants have a tight end that's interesting too, Theo Johnson.
They do. The Giants play at the Bengals. That is at least a good game script. There we go.
Oh yeah, we can tell ourselves a story.
We could tell ourselves a story. And also, if you're going to take a third quarterback on a team with 2 pocket passers, you want it to be Daniel Jones has a higher single game ceiling than Bryce Young does. I can promise myself that. Maybe we should have taken Fields there. I think Fields would have been the other interesting guy there, but we also don't have a secondary stack set up.
Yeah, he's not a lock to play. And then to play in week 6. I'm also curious.
Not a lock to play at all, really.
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess you're not all that against it, but like Fields being in that Pittsburgh week 17 game, like, do you care that it's like, you're not going to have the upside to 2 different game stacks?
So I don't like target it. Like, I would never go in being like, oh, I really want to make sure I get Goff and Purdy on this team. But I don't, like, if the room gives it to me, or if it's an ADP thing, or if it just is, it's a room that gobbled up quarterbacks, or whatever. Like, I definitely would do it. Yeah. Fields could move up. Sure. Yeah. I'm not saying, I mean, Fields was the quarterback 8 in the big board until he got traded. So yeah, Fields has a lot of room to move, but for the context of this team, it made more sense to do that, where we've got a quarterback with our first overall pick, and we've got a quarterback with our 5th and 6th round picks. It made more sense to lock up theoretical week 6 points.
Did you max the big board?
I did max the big board. Yeah,
me too. I was just looking to see my Field exposure. Only 2%. I'll take that. I've been heavy on Fields in the past. But it's 22% Izzy Abanikanda. There we go.
You're drafting off the please tell me you were not drafting off the legendary upside rankings.
Oh, I certainly was. I think that's how that happened.
I got in the big board 68% Chase Brown, 65% Jalen McMillan, 65% Laube, 55% Braylon Allen.
Wow. I don't know how you even. I know that you've been someone that's like very aggressive. I do want to get there. But it does just feel like I keep drafting the same team if I do that. I'm very much more spread out.
So I'm trying to middle that this year. So last year, I was like one of the nittier guys in the field. Like Brian Hooper did this analysis, and he was basically like, yeah, you were in the bottom 20th percentile of nits. Like, you basically just like took ADP value, but stuck really close to ADP. And I was like, there's just no way you're gonna win like that, So I'm taking more stances. I mean, the big board is like whatever. They're $10 entries.
Yeah, exactly.
People are going to be drafting a bunch of. I mean, I feel very great that all the guys I drafted over 50% were like ADP value risers.
Yeah.
But I am having that problem where I'm just drafting the same team over and over again. Because what you do is, okay, I'm drafting Plan A. I need to make some diversity. So now I do Plan B. But Plan B is all guys you have 30% of. So you kind of it's kind of hard. You have to try and like purposely mix and match, which is a little bit difficult. I think this is going to fall very well for us. We are going to get at least one of the guys that we wanted, although Hyatt did go, which sucks.
Yeah, I saw the report too. Someone just said in the chat, Robbie chosen to the 49ers. Jeez, man.
It's Brandon Ayuk season. I think we probably take one more running back. Oh, damn, Theo Johnson went too. So we got naked Daniel Jones. So as long as we can take any tight end that doesn't have a week 6 bye, Sinnott, Gesicki, Parkinson, Dulcich.
I think I'm Dulcich.
All right, let's do it. And then I think we should take Prince with Mahomes.
Let's do it.
Unless you have a strong lean. All right, dude, I'm pretty sure. Oh, do we need another wide receiver? Puka, Marv, Hollywood Worthy, Wicks, Polk, Leggett versus Ramondre, Connor, Javonte, Charbonnet, Ray Davis. I don't know. What do you think?
I would say probably running back, But you could also sell me on like Slayton if you want the correlation. But
Nah, Slayton is they're already over him again.
yeah. All right, let's go
Dang.
Prince.
Prince, welcome to the team.
God, I'm ashamed of my Clyde bags. I'll be honest, but I'm slowly by week 1 they'll be low.
I was taking him. I was taking him early. I got
him at
admit.
8% right now.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder how much I've got him at. Clyde. Man, it's not going to be good. Clyde Edwards. I got 9.3%, $300 worth of Clyde Edwards-Helaire teams.
We'll get that down.
Not ideal, man.
Yeah,
not
great.
ideal. Need to start getting the Prince bags up. Yeah. Yeah, guys, you could definitely come back to this stream 6 months from now and be like, the fucking reason that Ron and Davis didn't win $1.5 million was because they said, you know what? Let's just take stupid Daniel Jones instead of Justin Fields. Could very easily be a $1.5 million mistake. I'm not gonna lie to you, but
it absolutely could be.
Absolutely, but at least we got Xavier Legette.
Yeah.
That was the. I mean, that's the thing with Stafford is we did sacrifice a roster spot that could have been a wide receiver, but we're pretty dead if these two dudes are not contributing in a meaningful way. To be honest.
And I do like I know I'm kind of in a similar spot now where when I first started doing this, I was much more, I guess, like arrogant would be the words, but I've been loving just, you gotta be a vibes-based drafter. And there is something about Legette and this freaking accent he does that the social media team loves, dude. Like Legette just has great vibes, man.
Legette, well, the vibes are very good from his accent. The vibes are not very good from him having a foot injury at the beginning of camp. Although he did not. They said, no fracture, MRI, came back clean. He's fine. I think he's already back at practice. So the vibes could definitely be worse.
Oh yeah. And same thing with Keon Coleman too, of like him being a social media sensation or whatever with his interviews.
Yeah. Although the fact that every time the GM or coach talks about him is like, man, I really hope that he can run block. I really hope that he can just know what play is being called in the huddle because we don't feel that confident about it.
Yeah.
This dude at the 3-hole, he really committed to the bit. He did not take a wide or running back until the 10th round, but then he took 7, including ending his draft. Chuba Hubbard, Kamani Vidal, Roshan Johnson, Tyrone Tracy, Justice Hill.
Oh man.
Commit to the bit.
That is extreme.
All right. To service the audio listeners, Puka Nacua, Marvin Harrison, Kelsey, Mahomes. I mean, can't have any regrets about that when it came back around to Hollywood and Worthy. Ramondre, James Conner. I really wish we would have been able to get Warren or Harris. Any regrets on Javonte, seeing how the rest of it played out? Like, should we have taken I don't know, I guess a Jacoby Myers or Lockett would have been the thing? Probably not. It was probably right.
Yeah, I think we did fine there.
Could have taken Pearsall over Sharbs. I mean, I would maybe do that back. Polk, Pearsall, and then probably we just don't take Stafford regardless. We probably just do 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think Stafford. I think you could talk me into Fields over Daniel Jones, but I don't know. I feel good about it. I kind of like we got Stafford so late, man, that the single week, like, kind of upside of him and Puka, that I think it was worth kind of sacrificing some weird structural stuff.
Yeah, this is the best. This is the best team. This is the best team I drafted. It. Yeah, Patreon members can get a sauce. Zach, if you are Z Lanners, all right, you're gonna get a sauce, sir. All right, Wilson, London, Pittman. I'm a Nico over London guy. I mean, that is very marginal, but I'm a Nico over London guy. The Pittman, I got to be on. Where are you at on Pittman? I never take Michael Pittman.
I'm all the way out on Pittman, especially in half PPR, man. Steichen's rush rates inside of the red zone are pretty crazy. Like, they're up there with like Jim Harbaugh back when he was on the Niners. So I just don't see where the touchdown upside is. Richardson had a really high ADOT in college as well. Just in half PPR, like, I don't know. You're hoping for Pittman has a similar career ADOT to Jarvis Landry. So in half PPR, man, without touchdown upside in the third round, like give me Tank Dell there.
I agree. I take Tank Dell there to set up Stroud because of exactly this right here. Stroud just went 89.
Yep.
Sometimes, maybe that only happens 20% of the time, but the 20% of the time, it's a beautiful team.
You got to try and go for the super team.
The room did this to you. Like I would have taken him. I would have taken him there too. The room did it to you, but I know you don't feel good about it, Zach. I know you're looking at this team like, fuck, I should have just taken T. Higgins. I should have just, I know in your head you're not happy about it. Kittle ahead of ADP now. It's like, I don't know. You are competing against a bunch of teams that got him in the 7th round, but how do you feel about that? What do you feel about the late riser thing?
I mean, it's marginal with Kittle, so if it's like, I don't know, if people were getting him in the 6th round and I got him in the 5th, I don't really care much. But if it's like Ayuk, or if he goes from like a mid-second to like a 4th, I feel like that's, a decent amount. I think especially with like the late risers where, if a guy goes from, I don't know, I feel like that was like Darrell Henderson a few years ago with Cam Akers, where if he becomes like a 8th round pick and was like a 20th round pick, then it's like, I'm probably good on that,
Yeah. AR with Pittman after ADP, GG's, Jalen Warren. I mean, you should have left him for me, but other than that, it is what it is. The Henry pick made you do this, where you were like, well, shit, I got to take a wide receiver, but it's Curtis Samuel.
Samuel's rising.
Samuel is big rising. Pollard, I mean, you did get AD Mitchell after
Pollard
ADP.
and Spears.
Pollard and Spears. It's definitely one of those things where I get the theory. I like it with the Bengals guys. I don't hate it with the Tennessee guys. They're fine. It's fine. Pearsall, he knew what he was doing with the Wan'Dale pick. He's like, I got to get the sauce when I take Wan'Dale for short King Summer. Rodgers, Conklin, Braylon, took Theo. We needed Theo. I mean, Tyler Boyd, dude, come on. You're better than that. It's like I saw Tyler Boyd go in the 16th round in a weekly winners the other day. And I was like, I'm trying to get in the fucking headspace of someone that would take Tyler Boyd weekly winners. What are we doing? All right, there we go, Zach. There's your sauce. Not my best, not my worst. Ron, tell the people about your YouTube channel, where to go, and the Patreon, what they can get for how they can acquire your services.
You can find me over on YouTube. You can just type in Ron Stewart. My channel will come up. Right now, we're very like home league centric. So if you have a home league draft coming up, we're talking about kind of the players people are sleeping on. We just talked about Michael Pittman. Dude, Michael Pittman's like the 25th ranked player on ESPN right now. So home league drafts are kind of a mess. So that's what I'm focusing in on. And then also we're doing pretty much daily streams. I wish I had a set time to tell people, but it's really more so I post a video and then I wait like minimum 4 hours to go live after that. But if I'm not live, I will be by the end of the day, whenever from now through kickoff. So you can find that all over at the YouTube, Ron Stewart. And then if you're interested in my services, you can find that at patreon.com/Ron Stewart. That's where I have my rankings. And we were talking about how you can get lost. And even in these home leagues, man, like you might look up and be like, God damn, like Devon Achane was there in the 4th round and you just miss him. So I have a checklist. It's like my cheat sheet. It's my top 200. And I have it's literally just an Excel sheet you can just check off as you go. And I'll also have on there, I mean, it's pretty grueling stuff in season, but I will have like a waiver wire article every like Monday, Tuesday. I'll have weekly rankings, trade value charts for home leagues and all of that. So you can find that there. But yeah, I would say the best thing you can do is just find me on YouTube.
All right, everyone, make sure that you are going to find Ron on YouTube. And I literally haven't said this for the whole stream. Bad streamer, please subscribe to my channel. Ron, this is nuts, dude. I guess I've got about 2,800 subscribers. Guess weekly unique views based off that.
Based off 2,800 subscribers?
2,800 subscribers. Weekly.
I think it's going to be less than 2,800, or am I off?
No, 11,000 weekly unique viewers with 2,800 subscribers. People fucking come on, dude. Are you kidding me? You can't click the subscribe button with 11,000 unique. No,
you'd be surprised, dude. That's actually a pretty decent ratio. Now that that was a terrible answer by me. I'm not very good with the YouTube metrics, but yeah, 100%. I think that's what, like probably like 25%. ish.
roughly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought you probably want that more like in the upper 30s, if you can.
Guys,
Have you done this? Here's I'll put a little free game on. I'll put a little free game on you. I think that you've probably done this, but you can set it so that you can only comment on the live stream if they're subscribed.
I literally don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, so that's a decent idea, because then like you have to subscribe to like take part in the chat or whatever. Little small trick.
Okay, all right, that's a good trick. I'm also working on a giveaway, but like I'm gonna have to hire a dev for this, where it's like you have to subscribe, and every comment is a new entry to get 5% of my Best Ball Mania winnings. But like I gotta hire. It's sick giveaway, right? Very like literally very low barrier to entry, and I'm gonna keep it open all year though. So I'm gonna keep it open like week 16 waiver wire video or whatever. Like you comment on that. Like what if I have a sick team? What if I have a team in the finals? Like you comment on that, bro. You're getting 0.0007.
I like that call. That's very interesting. If like we're looking at the leaderboards and like you're in the week 17 stuff, you might get people flooding in.
Yeah, no, but it's not Tolan. It's not you're all getting $4. It's one person is winning. One person is winning 5%. So it's real. So that's I gotta get, like I said, I gotta get my shit together. I'm running behind. All right, guys, I'm just gonna get this over 4 hours for the algorithm. The algorithm loves to see that 4 in front of the button. I appreciate all of you guys for hanging out. You're all fantastic. Please subscribe to the channel. My cheat sheet is in the YouTube store. You can also get that if you are a Patreon subscriber, or if you don't want to subscribe to the Patreon, you can get it for $5. But all of my rankings, all of my stuff is out there on the Patreon, written articles, podcasts, all that good stuff. I appreciate you all, and I will be back. Actually, probably not on Tuesday because I'm going to be in Kansas City this weekend. So definitely for next Thursday. I will see y'all then. Later.